This ruin looks awfully old, doesn't it, Mikleo?
Sure does. This qualifies as a major discovery.
Oh man, I can feel my whole body burning up with excitement!
Pretty sure that's just the heat.
Done! Avoid this battle. It's a boarhead, a vindictive hellion covered in flames. So it's roast 4, pretty much.
Soul Drain! Not yet! It won't end here! Searching current! Everyone! Find my enemy! Yeah! You're gone! Come on, everyone! Strike! Turning red, breaking blue, hail and handle! Lion Tunnel! Be gone!
Let's do some fortune telling. Please pick one.
Alrighty.
Mikleo and Edna will have excellent luck.
Wait, what about me?
Okay. Here goes. This wolf can breathe fire. Be careful of its side attacks.
So we can't just step around them.
Ocean Blast! Break on through! Here's the skies! Arrow Squall! Here's the skies! Burst! Breakdown! Shake Zero! Here it goes! All together! I need a hand! Blistering Bangs! Open the way forward! Sweet dreams! Breakdown! Blistering Bangs! Open the way forward! Sweet dreams! Pierce the skies! Arrow Squall! Blue Flurry! I need a hand! Blanket Vortex! Breakdown! Open the way forward! Alright! Burst! Here it goes! Open the way forward! Alright! Pierce the skies! Arrow Squall!
Vermilion Catches back! Want your help!
Whoa! Open the way forward! Rose to left! Ocean Blitz! Not yet! Pierce the skies! My all! I need a hand!
Orb Weavers are among stronger spider helmets.
Be careful of its merciless consecutive attacks.
Rampaging giant headball! Looks like we win! We can't afford to hold back! Let's get on! It's over! Ready? Go for it! Beat the water! What's happening? Who's right away? Don't let her spin! Here goes! Open the way forward! Here's the sky! Arrow squall! What's the power for? Let's on the right! Hang on, everyone!
Shining mirror!
Here goes! Here goes!
We won't lose to you!
You were just waiting for me to pick you up, weren't you?
She's on! Sword ring!
Your words have to be ruined! The type that can get really high.
Rampaging giant! Shake them up! On the crash! Rampaging giant!
Burning shot! Pillars of flash!
Surging landscape! Earth pulse! Not yet! Eat this! Shake them up!
Pillars of flash! Don't let up!
Sweet! Ha! Quiver! Not yet! Rocks of protection!
I'm not done yet!
Rampaging giant! Looks like we win! Get up! Let's get him! It's over! Ready? No escape! Hold on, everyone!
Shining mirror!
Peace! Thunder! Get on! No escape! It's over! Peace! Thunder! Hang on, everyone! Dragon Bang! Sword Ray! Lord of Water! Don't fly like that!
So, you think I could use that weapon?
I think we're gonna get burned fighting this one.
It'll turn into a ball of fire and charge.
But it sure has some guts rolling around like that.
Binding vortex! Sweet dreams! Here goes! Binding vortex! Aim and fire! Here goes! Open the way forward! Burst! Breakdown! Alright, you're in storm!
Right on!
Here's the skies!
This!
Arrow squall!
Sweeping dragon!
Sleep zero! Here goes! Binding vortex! Blistering fangs!
Molten wall! Here I go!
Looks like we win!
Ocean Flash! Binding Vortex! Alright! Aim and fire! Open the way forward! Not yet! Here's the skies! Arrow Squall! Here goes! Open the way forward! Not yet! Aim and fire! Blistering Fangs!
Radiant Beam! Lunar Shot!
Blistering Fangs! Binding Vortex! Sweet dreams!
Is that it?
Open the way forward! Here goes!
Burrowing Dragon!
dreams! Blistering bangs! Binding vortex!
Don't let up!
Blistering bangs! Sweet dreams!
Burn!
Eagle fire! Here goes! Not yet!
Open the way forward!
Pierce the skies! Arrow squall! Sweet dreams!
Here goes!
What a formidable...
Don't underestimate them.
Keep on! Return to full! Lord of War!
Burn! Flag on defense!
Aim and fire! Open the way forward! Save Sarah! Blistering bangs! Open the way forward! Right! Aim and fire! Here goes!
Flag on defense!
Hang on, everyone! Not yet!
Let's on the top!
Not yet! Save Zero! Here goes! Binding vortex! Everyone okay?
Don't underestimate.
Lord of War!
Don't flag on defense!
Binding vortex!
Yes, that's the way.
Ready? Strike!
May your knowledge see from you! This is bad!
Lion Tower! Fear the storm! Return to void! Ready?
Water!
Dragon Bang! Sonic Dream! That did it! You drop the red! Aim and fire! Blistering bang on everyone!
Hang on! Break through!
I need a hand!
I'm in
Aim and
fire
fire!
here.
Here goes! Binding vortex!
Release my spirit! Rhapsody!
Aim and fire!
My dazzling flames shall ordain your fate!
Aim and fire! Here goes! Open the way forward! Sweet
Abandon
dreams!
your doubts!
This isn't over!
Now, free! Shine down the storm!
Ready? Earthbolt!
Monolithic Carnival Demon Fang!
Eat this! Scrap toss! Eat this! Iron Curtain!
You act on instinct way too much.
Don't underestimate!
We found
Be gone! Lion Tower! Beast Thunder!
May your knowledge see from you!
Lord of War! Aim and fire! Here goes! Not yet! Say zero! Here goes! Here goes! Open the way forward! Sweet dreams! Say zero! Blistering bangs! Open the way forward! Burn!
Sweets are best after exercise, yes? Something super sweet.
Cross the line! Aiming for the light! Open the way forward! Hang on, everyone! Save Zero! Here goes! Save Zero!
Crimson
I need a hand! Here goes! Flanking Vortex! You were quite strong, but we're no pushovers. I need a hand! Here goes! Open the way forward! State Zero! Here goes! Flanking Vortex! Right! You were quite strong.
To think there'd be such a large rock of vermilion ore. That's not good.
What do you mean?
Vermilion ore is a mineral that can only be generated through immensely powerful fire-based seraphic arts.
So there are tough enemies ahead. I say bring it on.
Let your guard down, and you may wind up with more than a little skin burn. Certainly. This ore is far beyond my capability to produce, even with my fire affinity.
Then what scale are we talking?
Think of an erupting volcano, and you're closer.
Wouldn't be a shrine of trials without a trial or two, I guess.
Someone's unflappable, but I think he has the right idea. We can't back off now.
I need a hand! Keep it on! Mystery? Hang on, everyone! Burst! Ocean Blitz! Azure Assault!
Sweet dreams!
Aim and fire! Mystery Flag on the ground! Vortex! Not yet! Let's go! Set Zero! Powerful order! On the way forward! Ready? Let's get him! Beast of water! Bridget Moon! Not bad.
Do you think a day when Seraphim and humans can coexist?
Stand strong! Don't flag on the first! Here it goes! Lightning vortex! I need a heavy creeper now! Blistering bang! Don't push yourself, Lailah! Shake that!
Sweet dreams, Spat! Watch your health!
Here goes!
Dazzle! Lord of Wind!
Lightning vortex! Earthborn!
Watch your forgiveness!
Quiver! Earth pulse! Quiver!
Crap out the tight
Monolithic
charge
current!
right at you.
Whoa! Scrap time! Earth pulse! Monolithic current! Whoa! Everything in order! Slower! I won't lose this time!
Let's get out of here!
I made some snacks. Go for it!
Crimson Flame, Restore!
Aqua Blade! Flow and surge! Burning red, blue, hail and hail! Near the storm! Aqua Blade! Mind Blade! Burn! Spectacular Flash! Searing Gale! Freezing Strike! Not bad. Who's off the leg? This one's Fate Zero! Blistering Bang! Sparkling Vortex! Hang on, everyone! Aim and fire! Blistering Bangs! Open the way forward! Fate Zero! Here goes! Fate Zero! Blistering Bangs! All this fire... Can't hold back! Return to the wind!
Flames of fury! That's the way!
Lock the tunnel! Hear the storm! Return to void! Lock the tunnel!
Radiant peak!
Go forth! Beast of water!
Raging tide!
Red, freezing blue, hail and
Crimson!
Aqua blade! Freezing gotcha!
Let's do our best!
Fluid surge! Aqua blade! Frigid moon! Serpent of water!
Big heat barrier!
Everyone!
Wonderful!
Aqua blade!
We won't lose to you! Cannot avoid this
Serpent of water! Strike!
Sorey!
Rose Earthborn! Rising Sun! Echo Suppose, bitch! Shake him up! Let's just get out alive!
Still, isn't it almost too neat of a coincidence that this turned out to be a shrine of trials?
I believe it. There's vermilion ore all over the place after all.
Good point. Vermilion ore is only formed in the aftermath of the use of powerful fire seraphic arts.
By powerful, you mean like Lailah's arts? I'm afraid not. My flames are yet too weak to create vermilion ore.
Meaning there's an art user out there even stronger than Lailah.
So this is the Shrine of Musif, one of the 5 lords.
He was the first seraph to call forth flame. It is said that he appears only at the beginning and the end of the world.
Meaning we don't want to meet him.
So, now what do we do?
That stone slab sure looks fishy. Don't know what it is, but maybe we can take a stab at it.
Take a slab at it.
Ancient lettering.
It's not encrypted or anything. I can read it. To those of good will who would stand against evil.
Place thine hands upon the monuments in the cardinal directions, and my, Musif's purifying flames shall be bequeathed unto thee.
Whoa, dang, you're all smart and stuff.
I like ruins.
So, what does it mean?
Well, basically, if we put our hands over the 4 monuments, we'll get the power of Musif, I guess.
Well, shoot, that sounds easy enough. Oh no! There!
Must be his domain.
I take back what I said! This is crazy as hell!
Touch the monument, and we can break the domain!
I need a hand!
so hot. Can't end here.
Destruction!
That's bad. We're back.
Guys!
Yes! We broke through the domain!
And my burns healed too.
Now, we're finally evenly matched! Blood moon! Molten wall! Blood moon! Drop them! Crazy cross! I need a hand! Release my Seraphim! Rose, get now, you've done it!
I'm in a tight spot.
Sweet! I don't feel so hot. Earthborn!
Breakdown!
At your will!
Make you vulnerable. Split apart. Radiant Peak! This doesn't look good!
Lion Tunnel! Beast Thunder!
Look out! The truth is within!
Don't push through the fire! Open the way! I need a hand! Release my spin gravity! Purgatory flame! Too close! No escape! Oh, holy water! Who's off the way? Aim and fire! Don't push yourself back! Aim and fire! Blistering fangs! Little flurry! Here goes! Open the way forward! Saint Zero! Here goes! Blinding vortex!
Heal my ailment!
Here goes! Open the way forward!
You're resilient. Don't just charge
Aim
in
and
there.
fire! Here goes!
Let me protect you!
Aim and fire!
Failure!
Saint Zero! Here goes! Open the way forward! Aim and fire!
Failure!
Saint Zero! Here goes! Blinding vortex!
Lightning strike!
Saint Zero! Blistering fangs! Blistering fangs!
Take that! Heals everything!
Blue flash!
Gas trigger! Big dragon! Canal!
Saint Zero! Blistering fangs! Open the way forward!
Ripping and darting iron!
Saint Zero! Saint Zero! Blistering fangs!
Take this! Ready? Go! Be gone!
Here goes! Blinding vortex! Aim and fire! Here goes!
Eat this! Echo Shock Slap Toss! Purify the earth! Very little!
Saint Zero! Aim and fire! Here goes! Saint Zero!
Light the way!
Blistering fangs!
Power!
Open the way forward! It can't be purified?
I would think not. Despite appearances, this one isn't a Hellion.
Well spotted. This form you see is but a facade.
May we presume you are one of the Protector Seraphim who serves the Lord Musif?
Quite so. I am Mikleo, the Protector Seraph of Fire.
Were you acting as a Hellion just to test us?
I needed to verify you were worthy of receiving the blessing. Be not aggrieved.
And the result?
You passed the trial of strength. Accordingly, I shall grant you the power of Musif, deity of fire amongst the 5 lords. Lift up your sword.
Thank you, Exio.
These flames shall carve the binding brand.
Binding brand?
It is very simple. Choose either yourself or your fire seraph, and with these flames, char their face.
Huh?
Don't fret, you're not going to die.
That is not the problem.
You sought to undertake this trial. Are you not prepared for the consequences? Answer me, Shepherd. To whom shall you direct those flames? What shall they scorch?
Sorey, no!
Lailah!
Please, you mustn't attempt to carry the burden entirely alone. In its enormity, it will surely wound you. And then, once more. And I cannot allow the same mistake to happen.
I'm so sorry. I wasn't myself. Fethmis Mioma! Brilliant weapon! I shall burn! All of the malevolence!
Incredible.
Whoa! What was that power?
The spiritual power of fire left by Musif. The power needed to break the Hellions' domain, and to stand against the Lord of Calamity. An excellent answer, Shepherd.
A Hellion. Wasn't it purified?
Not a Hellion. This is my true form.
Oh? Well, I guess that's all right then.
Nothing gets past you. Just what I'd expect from one who passed both trials.
Ah, so it was a test of strength and spirit.
Let us exchange introductions once again, Shepherd Sorey. I am the Seraph Exio.
So this was all intentional? Pretty devious of you.
Unavoidably so, yes. It is the Shepherd's fate to oppose the deviousness of humans. If the theatrics were perhaps a little much, well, I was after all once human myself.
Really?
My, you really don't know anything, do you? Long have I been a Seraph, but I was not born as one.
There are 2 types of Seraphim. Those who were born into it, and humans who became Seraphim at some point.
Is that right?
That's news to me.
So, were the turtles Seraphim just turtles before?
You're Lailah, correct? You obtained
That's
the flames
case,
of purification
that
through
would mean that
the
Norman
oath I
Seraphim
see.
came from just Norman.
Hold on a sec.
It must
What
have
even is a
taken
Norman?
great determination. What was it you
They look
lost
sort
to
of like
obtain
bears,
the power?
but they also have mousy kind of bits too.
Nothing.
Then
Just by
why not
being
just
here,
call them mouse
Sorey gives me
bears?
back far more than I ever lost.
That would just be too easy.
What now?
Oh, nothing. I was just saying you're like an apple gel. You both restore health and taste great.
Huh?
For a shepherd, you're more amusing than I had expected.
What's that supposed to mean? People keep saying things like that.
I'm sure it's a good thing. Come on, let's go.
3 trials yet remain. Keep your wits about you, and be ever steadfast.
wonder what's happening in Pendrago now.
If we take too much time, Sergei and his brigade may be forced into a situation where they need to take action.
It would also give Fortin more time to devise a trap.
Don't even say that!
Just stating a fact.
Though it is a shame.
Yeah.
If we don't do anything, the situation won't get any better.
That's for sure.
Shepard!
We managed to overcome the trial. Now we have a chance against the malevolence of the Cardinal.
The Fortin I remember was sincere and devout, with a sense of responsibility second to none. How could she do something like this? No, perhaps I don't have the right to say such things.
Malevolence in the hearts of mankind sure is complicated.
Yeah. I do hope we find a way to bring salvation to them. Someday.
Agreed.
If anyone can do it, you can.
Is that so?
There's more of those dogs now.
Maybe Dezel has some new friends?
Well, that's no good.
He's talking with those dogs.
From a normal person's perspective, I bet we don't look any less weird.
Don't lump me together with those mutts.
But the dogs do feel the same. In a good way.
Those dogs are so mature.
If they're mature, then so am I. Give me some credit for once.
Shepard, there you are. The Church has asked the Emperor to have the Platinum Knights subdued and disbanded. They have been accused of instating a false shepherd and plotting a rebellion.
That was quick. Do you think they already got word of events in Gadadin?
This is because I got involved.
You're no fake. They're just making up excuses to do what they want.
Go see the captain in the Knight's Tower if you want to know more.
Cardinal Fortin, we can't underestimate her for a second.
Well, I'm ready on my end. Bring it on, Church Lady.
Dezel, you're quite knowledgeable about Hellions. So are Lailah and Edna.
Of course. They're my targets. You have to know your enemy.
Well, yeah, but sometimes I run into some that psychologically I just can't stand.
Then you must become more knowledgeable about them. It's easier to deal with if you just treat them as data stored in your brain.
Does it really work that way? You do have a point, though. I'll try to take things in a more positive light.
I can't protect you forever, you know.
Lailah, check this out. Ta-da!
Is this a picture or some kind of poster?
Looks more like some kind of ad.
A breath of fresh air into the fashion of the Seraphim. The latest trend from Sparrow Feather brand launches right now?
What is this supposed to be?
It's a new business targeting the Seraphim. You guys don't need food, but you need clothes, right? It's an untouched market, the perfect opportunity for a monopoly. This is it!
I don't think the Seraphim are exactly hurting for new clothes.
I like what I'm wearing already, too.
Well, of course you do. You're totally behind the times.
Behind the times?
No one asked what you think.
That attitude is no good. Girls need to dress fashionably or you'll get left behind. It doesn't matter if you're Seraphim or human.
No!
Then what kind of clothes do you have for us?
That's where you guys come in. I don't know what's all the rage among Seraphim these days. Huh? Aren't you too excited?
I think you broke her. You okay, Lailah?
Behind the times.
Too late. Great, Rose. Now look what you did.
Huh? Me?
Sorey, thank goodness you're safe.
Is it true the Cardinal has ordered the suppression of the Knights?
It is. I suspect this letter we received was the last straw.
I, Boris Strelka, have witnessed Cardinal Fortin engaging in an unspeakable ritual. Using vile magic in the Holy Shrine, the Cardinal is unleashing incessant rains upon Pendrago.
The Cardinal is the one making it rain?
You can't be serious!
Considering the power of her domain, it isn't all that far-fetched.
There are Seraphim out there who've moved the continent.
Moved the whole continent?
Sorey, let's continue reading.
Cardinal Fortin is the evil behind the ongoing curse of the Empire and its people. Regrettably, I have already fallen prey to the curse of the Cardinal. I entrust the rest to my brother Sergei and my comrades.
If it's come to this, then we have no choice but to fight against the Cardinal. Sorey, where's the Pope?
There's something I need to tell everyone about that, but you might not like it.
I see. So he's not coming back.
I'm sorry for deciding without you.
The Pope isn't coming back? But now what? He was our shield.
We've been betrayed!
It is we, the Knights, who shield the Empire and its people! It is we who shoved our duties onto the Pope! It is we who are to blame for the consequences! Some things we must do ourselves, rather than depend on others. I swear on my lion's sword!
On my lion's sword!
Wait! No ordinary humans can hope to take on the Cardinal.
You've done more than enough. I do not wish for you to bear the same painful burden that the Pope had to.
You know, Sorey, even if it is for the people, this is still a political battle.
So what if it is?
Well then, how about this? We'll investigate the Cardinal's possible involvement regarding the rain from our end. In the meantime, Sergei and the others can try to convince the Emperor to believe the Knights.
So, ultimately Sorey means to fight the Cardinal after all?
Our goal is just to clear up this mystery. Don't you want to know?
Yes, I do. I'd like to find out if there truly is something causing the rain.
I must apologize. It seems all I can do is put you in danger.
I'm more worried about you. If the Emperor sides with the Cardinal or takes a hands-off approach, either way, you guys are screwed.
If we can convince the Emperor, we should be able to capture the Cardinal.
We'll get him to see the truth. for the people and our comrades.
Boris was Sergei's brother, wasn't he?
He was investigating the Cardinal, and he put his life on the line for it.
Sergei seemed pretty calm about the whole thing.
Hey, do we really have to risk our necks out there for something like this?
I think we do. I don't know about you, though. No guards? This has got to be a trap.
Things are gonna get crazy from here on out.
You said it.
Now! You got it! Yes!
But even so...
This is some malevolence.
Do you think that it could be Malevolence who's possessing the Cardinal?
What did the cat in the bird mask say? Me, owl.
Felt like the domain had been restored for a second.
Are terrible jokes also part of your oath?
I was really proud of that one.
I'm thinking it's not Malevolence.
Why?
Are you seriously
Exio was a
laughing?
servant of
Didn't tell
Musif,
you like
one of the
the
5 lords like Malevolence.
I don't.
This
Why did
domain
the
is
cat
rather
take
strong,
off the bird
but
mask?
not leaps and bounds
looked
different
too
from
cute.
Exio's.
I knew it.
When did you start making logical arguments?
There's something back there.
It's a trap. Totally a trap. But
A hidden door? Seriously, how cool is that?
I hate myself for saying it, but so cool.
The village chief knew the whole thing by heart, didn't he? Impressive.
The Shepherd is granted 4 powers: earth, water, fire, and wind. They are the blade that shall cleave the Lord of Calamity.
That's just what the village chief was saying. You memorized it?
More or less.
He's actually pretty decent at that sort of thing.
I'm sorry, Sorey. You're more capable than I thought.
What did you take me for?
But what exactly are the spiritual powers of the Shepherd?
All of nature is composed of 4 elements: earth, water, fire, and wind. Each one is governed by one of the 4 eldest Seraphim.
Right. Eumacia, Amanak, Musif, and Hyanua.
Correct. They maintain the balance of the entire continent of Glenwood.
When you put it that way, they sound almost like gods. Though they lack a certain divine presence.
We feel much the same, actually. They're ostensibly the source of our seraphic arts, but we're basically never aware of them.
That's the nature of the 5 lords' existence. The Shepherd's spiritual powers are most likely the result of a fortification of elemental affinity through the blessings of the 5 lords.
And all to battle against the Lord of Calamity.
Kind of a shame that such wondrous power has to be squandered on fighting.
That man. He was a former shepherd, wasn't he?
Yes.
I see. He seemed like a pretty laid-back fellow.
Unlike certain other shepherds.
Shut up.
Well, there's one more thing we learned.
Yeah, let's go on to the next one.
Huh?
Wait, you're not gonna ask her for more details? Wouldn't it be crazy useful to get info on your predecessor?
There's a reason why Lailah never mentioned it, don't you think?
We know that much at least.
Sorey, Mikleo.
But that reason just might be the key to all our problems. You better hope you don't regret it later.
They may be kids, but they're not as immature as you'd think.
Here I thought devils only existed in books.
For real? Anything goes at this point.
Be sure to watch out for its spear.
Reggie down! Slice through air! Break circle! Surface in water! Wait, got it! It's time! Howling blade! Full tempest! Hang on, everyone! Make your knowledge deep from Dragon Fang! Sonic, hang on, everyone! Looks like we win!
Pretty sure I've mentioned that Hellions can possess objects.
Does it mean that it can master its owner's sword skills?
You're a sharp one. Avoid close combat if you can.
That's the way! We're making giant scrap time!
Yeah, we
Well,
did it!
that's that.
All together now. 1, 2.
So we're going now?
Yeah!
Wait, what's
come
our
on,
cue?
Guys.
Careless! Ready? Let's Dragon Fang!
They didn't stand a chance.
Okay. Here goes.
It looks like some sort of priest to me.
And I have a feeling it's pretty good with arts from the way it looks.
Don't judge a book by its cover.
Dragon Fang! Full brain!
Glimmer disappear!
Strike! It's over! Tiger Blade! Let's give it up! Sonic! Wow, what a cool weapon! Think I could use it too?
You can try, but don't get carried away with it.
Can't hold back if we want to win!
First floor, get the crap out of it.
Quiver! Follow the current! Scrap toss! Quiver! Sweet dreams! Eat this! Scrap toss! Let me be done!
I mean, I used to be pretty okay at making food, but now? Really?
This is nothing.
To hold back. Let's do it on!
Quick air blaster! Take this!
How is the proof? Earthborn!
Well armed. Be careful.
Malevolent current! Security, come forth! Stay up! Sweet dreams!
Right on!
Surging landscape! Not yet! Return on! Rock Ringer!
Gonna die.
Echo Scepter! Hang on, everyone! Open the way! Who's rocking out? Stone flag on the ground! Aim and fire! Here goes! Open the way forward!
Your words shall make
Blistering bangs! Open the way forward! Aim and fire! Blistering bangs! Now's my chance! Here goes! Open the way forward! What a formidable opponent!
Don't underestimate.
Multiple currents! Ripper dropping!
Gonna die.
Rivers and giants!
Take this!
Rising sand! Right! Quiver! Everyone! Quiver! Multiple currents! Echo Scepter!
You can learn a lot by running into things.
back like you want to win! Ready? No escape! It's over! Let's keep it up! Final fire! Get lost! Crimson flame! May it burn your soul! Right there! Sweet dreams! Molten love! Ignite flames! Breakthrough! No escape! Purified flames! Breakthrough! No escape! Tower of blood! Breakthrough! Go on! Steel Great bang! Let's keep it up!
Ready? Prepare yourself! Chain luminescence! I mean, I used to be pretty okay at making food, but now? Really?
This battle! Tiger Blade! Right? Critical! Get back! I need a hand! Blade Bang! Dragon Bang! Sorey! Freezing Strike! Pick out the blast! Rise and rage, flames! Back to it! Burn of fire!
Flames are extremely powerful.
More power! Rain of fire! Ignite flames! Release my spirit! Burn away! Predatory flames! Breakthrough! No escape!
Is that your sword style? Pretty cool.
Well, I had a lot of practice with Mikleo.
Hey, can I mention something? This is something I realized when we met the Pope, but I believe it was Cardinal Fortin who preceded the motion for war. That chief we met? I can't see him making the decision to declare war like that.
So, does that mean you're going to...
You want to purify the Cardinal, don't you?
I do. She may have become a Hellion, but I still believe that her sense of responsibility is sincere.
If you purify her, I'm sure she can be saved.
I think so too.
All right then, let's give it a shot. I've got your back on this one.
Rose,
You don't need to say anything. It's just how things shook out. What is this? A museum?
What a dreamboat.
He's awfully cute.
Huh, is this kind of guy your type?
Oh, I don't know about that.
I don't dislike it. It's lifelike and artistic.
seriously, it's almost like they're alive.
Almost like they were alive is more like it.
Huh?
He looks like Sergei.
Oh no! You don't suppose this is Sergei's brother?
This statue, it's human.
A Hellion that turns people to stone? For real?
I've heard such tales in particular.
Such unpleasant cacophony. Kindly refrain from disturbing my prayer.
Is this prayer of yours what's causing the rain?
Yes, quite so.
Why?
To bring the people together through fear. The people's desperation shall serve as fuel, spreading the flames of victory for the Empire. To those who would stop me, I offer eternity!
Look away! If you make eye contact, you'll be turned to stone!
Dang!
I'll break us through!
Get back!
Fool! I can grant a Seraph eternity as easily as any human.
Can you now? Looks like you should have saved a little eternity for yourself.
You monster! How did you... So that's it.
Dazzle, your eyes.
You're pretty handy, huh?
Enough! No more eternity for any of you. Those who dare interfere with me shall be slaughtered like lambs!
Here it comes. When it opens its eyes, give me your medicine.
How can you fight when you can't even see?
What do you take me for? I can read everything by feeling the movement of the wind.
That's rad. Maybe I was wrong about you.
You've got time to flatter me. Watch your own ass. Big Dark Star! Put some thought into it! Raise your vortex! Come forward! Feel my wind! Beat the water! Wall back! Whirlwind slash! Winds! Strike! Driving with fear! Whirlwind slash! Raise the vortex! Carve my back! Surfing the water! Slice the wind! No use defending! Straight in! Sonic thrust! Radiant beat! Raging winds! Sonic flare! Lightning vortex! Rukai Rolling! Final protection! Here's the six rounds! Carve my back! Knock this time! Knock this time! Dark Star! Blistering Ray! You feel it? Soul! Carve my back! Breakdown! Torrent Speed! Carve my back! Mow them down! Let's take them all down! Strike! Torrent Speed wins! Not this time! Torrent Spear! Watch your health! You feel it? Soul Rise! Final protection! Carve my back! Mow them down! Not this time! Torrent Speed wins! Not this time! Torrent Spear! Not this time! Torrent Speed! Carve my back! Go! Whirlwind Slash! Feel my wind! I'll make rubble of you! Not this time! Torrent Speed! Dark Star! Worthless! Whirlwind Slash! Wins! Dark Star! Come forth! Torrent Spear! Worthless! Go! Dark Star! Final protection! Rubble of you! Shroud! Raise your vortex! Final protection!
Shepard! This is not malevolence. I have given myself completely to my country and to my people.
What the?
I am not corrupted by any malevolence.
We can't purify her?
Lailah, try again!
Okay.
I have a duty to guide the people. I must see it through!
She's got too much malevolence.
We have to stop it somehow!
We can't unless the Cardinal is willing to change her way of thinking.
Not gonna happen. Sorey, if a heart set on justice starts generating malevolence, how do you think it should be stopped?
Well...
That's what her angle is. She thinks her own personal justice and a universal sense of justice are one and the same.
We'll have to kill her.
Kill me? Oh, really? Tell me, if I were to die, who would be left to lead the country? What do the young Emperor and the Knights understand about politics? If the Shepherd saves their souls, will that stop them from starving? My duties, my responsibilities, justice shall prevail! I shall be their savior! I shall be their guide!
Her spirit is shattered.
She'll never be human again.
Her malevolence was increased by animosity.
Towards us.
Sorey?
It's the only answer I can find. Sorry.
May these weary bones find peaceful rest.
Why?
I do recognize your determination, but even so, you shouldn't have to kill anyone.
But, Rose...
Remember, your job is to give life. Mine is to take it. Got that?
Rose...
Now then, let's leave the cleanup here to Sergei and the others. It's their job from here on out.
I had always thought of Rose as tough and callous, but I see now that's not quite right.
Just the opposite.
Don't let her see you frowning like that. You don't want Rose's feelings to go to waste, do you?
I don't. But I feel so bummed.
Yeah, we all do.
This is the crest of Malevolence, isn't it?
If the celestial record is to be believed, yes.
But it's empty.
Yeah, I don't get any sense of presence or lordly domain. Though we still don't really know what to expect for signs of presence of the Five Lords.
Well, Malevolence is a mysterious kind of seraph to begin with. Like for the Shepherd's spiritual powers. There's earth, water, fire, and wind, but there isn't one for Malevolence.
My first thought was that he served as a symbolic figure in Five Lords' worship. But there may be more to it than that. Lailah seems to know something.
But it's probably best not to bother her.
I feel sorry for her, in a lot of ways.
I do wonder, how does she even come up with those things she says?
Indeed, a mystery greater even than our friend Malevolence.
How saddening.
Lailah, is there any way to...
Well, Sorey, you're troubling Lailah.
I'm sorry.
No, please don't mind.
If only I was stronger.
Don't be so arrogant. Is it your right to say who lives and who dies?
Guess I shouldn't jump to conclusions.
Save your sympathy.
Yeah, Boris accomplished what he needed to do, of his own accord.
We should do our best as well.
Yeah, We'll just keep on doing whatever we can.
Once the domain completely disappeared, I could tell immediately. Malevolence isn't here after all.
Lailah, Lailah, classifyla, all the species, all the phyla.
So what? It doesn't matter now.
It does matter. It was a Hellion not even as strong as the Five Lords, and still we couldn't manage to purify it. Meaning we don't stand a chance against old Kittybeard.
Heldolf, huh? We still have a ways to go before we can face him.
Glad you understand. Now you need to get it together.
The real fight is about to begin.
There are still 3 trial shrines left to go.
Right. Can't afford to mope around.
So it wasn't Malevolence, and it wasn't her. But I can feel a presence nearby. She's still somewhere in Rollins. I can still feel a presence yet in Pendrago.
Weapons ready! Get on! Strike! Let's keep it up! Return to blade! Landscape! Earthfall! Rocket protection! Not yet! Repeating giant step! This!
Raging tide!
Fury, come forth!
5 stars! The power of purification!
Here.
Steady your nerves! Be gone! Sonic Flurry! Burn! Searing Gale! Wanna throw my towel! I won't lose! It won't end here! I need a hand! Freezing Strike! Strike the Malevolence! Rising Phoenix! Resilient! Blaze Bang! Let's keep it up! There! Sonic Flurry! Sword Killer! Flame Darkness! Freezing Strike!
I mean, I used to be pretty okay at making food.
I'll say. You want to become stronger, huh?
I didn't say anything.
It's obvious.
Well now.
Blaze Bang! Dragon Bang! Return to void! Sword Flare! You know nothing more than wind! Wind Blitz! Dragon Blitz! Put some thought into it! Here goes! Ocean Blitz! Watch your health! Dragon Blitz!
Mow him down!
You were quite strong, but we're no pushovers either.
helping me out. With your help, we were able to win against Medusa.
I only did my job. That goes for both of us.
Sorey, what of the Cardinal?
No more.
I see.
You?
We were able to convince the Emperor to believe us, but he wants to believe the Cardinal as well. To that end, he wanted an opportunity for both of us to have our say before him.
The Cardinal's not gonna show.
There's a chance the Knights might be labeled as assassins. Sorry.
Why, there's no need for you to apologize. I'll take all the blame for it.
Sorey wasn't the one who killed the Cardinal. A professional assassin showed up. They whispered thusly, "May these weary bones find peaceful rest."
But that's the calling card the Scattered Bones Assassin Guild leaves at the scene of their doings. Is this true?
It is, right?
The hell's wrong with you? Just say it.
Yeah.
I see. I shall report to my superiors about the Assassin's Guild. But to think they could carry out an assassination right under the Shepherd's nose. The Scattered Bones certainly exceed their reputation.
I don't know.
Oh yeah, I'm quite sure they'll be pleased to hear it.
I couldn't save the Cardinal. I couldn't save anyone.
It stopped raining. How about we take a walk around town? There are people you were able to save, Sorey.
And you got to see the Shrine Church, right?
There's our touchy-feely Mikleo. Touch, Leo.
Hey! God, knock it off!
How long is this funk of yours gonna last?
Rose.
Nuh-uh, no sorries and no thank yous. You and I both just did what we could. Let's both of us keep doing our very best, okay?
Okay.
Okay is okay. And on that note, let's go rest up. I'm beat. You're awake.
Sorry, overslept.
The Emperor seeks to rule directly. However, the die-hard followers of the Cardinal have begun to act in very suspicious ways.
So they're looking for a war, huh?
And without their leader, there will be no one left to keep them in check.
And so more will die.
Not on my watch. I promise I can stop this war so that your efforts will not have been in vain.
Thank you, Sergei. Now then. I don't know about you guys, but I'm starving.
Let's see what the inn is serving.
Of course he's hungry. He's done nothing but sleep.
A lot has happened.
For Sorey.
Guess his spirit needed the sleep.
Will he be alright? I doubt this is the last time this kind of thing happens.
True.
You coming?
Drago stew. I'd give that one about a 70.
Maven!
I heard about the church.
Word travels fast.
It must be difficult being the shepherd.
Yeah, in more than a few ways, but I'm good.
I'll make sure of it.
I see. So, did you find anything out?
Yes. Malevolence was not there.
No?
It's true. We went all the way to the back of the shrine. No dice.
The Seraph Malevolence is shrouded in mystery. Some doubt whether or not he even exists.
The Shrine Church has been able to promote faith in Malevolence all the way back to the era of Asgard. That wouldn't be possible without the blessing of an extremely powerful Seraph, don't you think?
I believe that Malevolence really did exist and was supported by the people's worship.
But then in that case, the problem is, when did he disappear?
Well, he's a crazy powerful Mega Seraph with a blessing that covers the whole continent, right? When did he vanish? Same time his blessing went poof, I assume.
You mean the beginning of the Age of Chaos?
Wait, if Malevolence's disappearance was in fact the cause of the Age of Chaos,
then if his blessing returns, that might put an end to it. Let's search for Malevolence.
Hey, Pops, got any ideas?
Well, aside from Malevolence's shrine church, there are 4 other shrines where the power of the 5 lords is said to reside.
The trial shrines. We were gonna check those out anyway.
Huh, excellent.
If you learn anything on your journeys, let us know.
Sounds good. I'll try to trace the old legends as well. Farewell. Stay healthy.
Thanks.
Yep.
I'll be sure to inform Agil and the rest of the guild that you are doing well, my lady.
I'm hungry.
Looks like the two of them are starting to cheer up. Sorey and Rose, I mean.
Hope so. Sorey does worry me sometimes when he bottles things up.
He does, doesn't he?
But so do you, Lailah. Don't forget, we're here for you too.
You're quite right. Thank you.
Huh. So where does one look for a wayward Malevolence?
It'd have to be a place suitable as a vessel for one of the 5 lords. A clean and pure shrine, or a vast natural landscape with no malevolence.
Then a shrine of trials certainly sounds plausible.
The shepherd disappeared for months. Turned out, he was on the lam.
Poor Lailah. We probably drive her up the wall.
I'm sorry.
Seriously, it's okay.
We've basically figured out the terms of your oath anyway.
Time to sing the Rat Pig song! Rat pig, with ears so sweet.
Oh, you mean when we talk about Malevolence?
Rat pig, such tasty meat.
Leave her alone. This is wrong in so many ways.
We're not accusing you of hiding anything. Honest.
That's right. And I can use the flames of purification thanks to you.
We'll find out for ourselves anything we truly wish to know.
Thank you for understanding.
Pathetic. You'd let anyone pull the wool over your eyes, wouldn't you, Shepherd?
You took the oath too, Dezel?
Why would... Oh, damn it.
Now, how exactly should we go about looking for the trial shrines?
That mural in Tentagel could tell us the general locations, but...
But beyond that, we're probably just gonna have to go and look for them.
The shepherd's training and the hunt for Malevolence. 2 birds with 1 stone.
More like a trillion birds. We get to explore the ruins of the 5 lords.
Ruins, ruins, ruins. You're obsessed.
Hey, you gotta enjoy things like this while you can.
Even if you might die?
Well, I mean, it's an adventure.
I'll say.
I'm not as wild about it as you two, but I'll be there.
I'm with you too, no matter where this takes us.
Hey, Dezel. There's something I wanted to ask you about.
My eyes, huh? I wasn't trying to hide it from you or anything.
Was it this archenemy of yours that did this?
Yeah. She's the reason I lost my sight.
And so that's why you're after revenge.
It's just like I told you. I'm out for vengeance against the one who killed my friend and crushed the Wind Riders.
So it's not about you?
I'm actually grateful for this wound of mine. My ability to read the wind has only grown stronger since then. I can sense a larger range of presence than you all can.
Most likely, it produces the same effect as the oath.
In other words, I don't need your sympathy or concern. Just use me as you will. Like that one time with Fortin.
But in exchange, you'll use us as you will. Is that right?
Pretty sure I told you that right from the start.
Yeah, you're right.
Dezel, can I ask you something?
Yeah, what?
Do you have any friends?
That's a pretty nasty question.
Sorry, I didn't mean it like that.
I know. I have a close friend, Lafarga, a wind spirit. He has a very caring personality. When we traveled together, he was like a concerned older brother, looking after his younger siblings.
Just what you'd expect from a Seraph of the Wind.
He was probably worried most about me. I was a brash young gun then.
I see. Well, I'm glad to hear that.
Glad to hear what?
Just to learn that you aren't alone. I was worried about you, you know.
Save it for someone who needs it.
Well, if you say so.
That's why I'm gonna get my revenge. For his sake.
Agil, are you working?
Yeah, data gathering. I need to meet with 5 informants by the end of the day.
Sounds like a lot of work.
Egil is like the eyes, ears, and brains for us scattered bones.
So then, what are you, Rose?
I'm the head. I'm the boss at any rate.
A head, but not the brains. So you're the skull?
Shut up! You're ruining my metaphor.
Well, our boss is more like a goddess of victory. Used to be Little Miss Goddess, of course.
Little Miss Goddess?
Back when our old boss was around. He used to carry her on his back all the time.
Those were good times, weren't they?
Yep. Help our comrades and defeat our enemies. It was simple back then.
So it was.
But things have changed. In the underworld, information is king.
Did you find any good leads?
A couple. The one they call Shepherd Malfour was originally a priest in the Church of Rowlands. It seems he's angling to fill the power vacuum caused by the death of Cardinal Fortin.
Figures.
And then there's the business with the fake elixir. The church can no longer ignore the situation, and they've started investigating the source.
And does that mean that the village chief of Gadadin will...
Gadadin?
Let me explain.
I see. So that's what was going on.
Egil, do you think the decision I made...
The boss's judgment is the Scattered Bones' judgment. But it might require a bit of following up.
Yeah, you're right.
Let's head over to Gadadin and see how things stand.
Thanks.
Hey, wanna go ask them about the Iris gems?
Alrighty, I'll go ask.
Will you be alright? They look pretty sketchy.
Leave it to me. All merchants are like family. Money keeps us together.
Are you sure about this?
Let's just leave it to Rose.
You're not savvy enough to know when we're being tricked.
Yeah, speak for yourself.
I got it. They said they saw an iris gem in the ruins north of here.
A ruin in the north?
Weird. Why do they keep laughing?
Are they laughing at me?
They think you're a phony shepherd and that I'm a victim of your con artistry.
They've got it wrong.
It can't be helped. There are many who claim to be the shepherd.
But still, to be treated like a con artist?
No point in arguing with them.
Yeah. It's way better to be laughed at than to be frightened of.
Thank you for taking the time to come today. Lo, I am the shepherd, Malfour.
Hey, tell me, shepherd, is it really true that you saved the plagued city?
Oh, it was nothing. I just helped the Princess of Highland a little by building a bridge in a single day.
Then what about the Battle of Glavend? Did you really stop the war?
Why, it was easy. All I did was tell them that this isn't the time to be quarreling with one another. It was a hard battle, but I was able to gain support from the Rowlands Knight Squad.
Isn't that Captain Sergei from the Platinum Knights?
Then it might not completely be a lie.
Luckily, I managed to do it without getting caught.
I suppose the Knights wouldn't just let some mere imposter do as he pleases.
So you mean to say this bloke must be an actual shepherd?
It matters not what I am, but please, no matter what, believe in the blessing of the Seraphim. That is the only way to bring salvation to this world. If the people desire it so, I, the Shepherd Malfour, shall put my life on the line to deliver their prayers!
Shepherd Malfour!
Shepherd Malfour! May the Seraphim's blessing cover the world!
This is ridiculous. Sorey's the one who did those things. And I'm sure Sergei knows that too.
There must be a reason.
Probably.
Please wait, Shepherd Sorey. There's a reason behind Malfour's actions.
I'm sure. I trust Sergei.
We're quite unsure how he worked his way in, but Malfour has been a favorite of General Tuller.
And so, the General has ordered the Night Squad to protect the Shepherd, Malfour.
That's the reason?
They are just pawns of the Empire, after all.
General Tuller also has a close relationship with the Imperial Majesty, and— No more excuses!
Whatever the reason is, it is clear I have sullied your honor. I can only apologize.
Not sure I had honor to start with. Anyway, it was nice to see that people expect so much from the Shepherd. It's a good sign.
What a gentleman.
Gentlemen schmendelman, what were you doing just standing around?
I'm afraid I could do naught. Knowing all the while who the true Shepherd was.
Looks like they took advantage of just how earnest you are.
It's pretty ironic. The less affected by malevolence you are, the harder it is to live an honest life.
Such is the human condition, I suppose.
Even so, that is how humans live.
It's tough.
I just noticed whenever Mikleo gets angry, it always has something to do with Sorey.
What? That's not true.
Then what's with that response? Come on, you guys are family.
Sorey, you're not going to sleep yet?
Yeah, I want to take a look around the city.
It's so quiet that I can feel the gravity of this city's history. Fitting for an ancient capital born from the height of the era of Asgard.
It's kind of dawning on me. The things we read about in books actually exist.
What a poem this would make if we were travelers of old.
A poem? Ah, Pendrago, where the evening lights are blinding sights.
Come on.
Okay, it wasn't great, but I gotta start somewhere, right? What the?
What was that?
Quit it, Mikleo.
It wasn't me.
Let's check outside.
Was that Howl just now? Him?
I'm not sure, but this doesn't feel like his domain.
Could it really be?
There!
Not Kitty Beard, Kitty Tiger!
What a fearsome roar!
That's the Beastmaster. It must be a master of beast taming.
Who says it must be?
That's pretty blunt.
I'll have to avoid saying must in the future.
How's this? Blade! Tiger Blade! Dragon Fang! Tiger Blade! Dragon Fang! Full Drain! Earthborn! Echo Set Rock Winner! Let's keep it up! Earthborn! Be gone! Echo Set Sleeping Dragon! Blade Bang! Tiger Blade! Let's keep it up! Soul Blade! Blade Bang! Let's keep it up! Shield me! Rose, get back! Dragon Bang! Yeah! Release the air! Blade Bang! Let's keep it up! Soul Drain!
I want to become stronger as a Seraph.
You have more than enough talent for it. Don't push yourself too hard.
It's a fat cat?
My, that's pretty rude of you. I prefer the term pleasantly plump.
Sorry.
Damn. Another dead lead.
Are you perhaps Morgrim?
Indeed I am.
Is she famous?
She's a high-ranking seraph who's a lone wolf, cat, and is imbued with a powerful blessing.
Whoa.
Alas, how shameful that you had to see that side of me.
This city is filled with the desires of greedy humans. I don't think you should feel responsible for it.
No, I must atone for it. Shepherd, you are looking for a seraph to bring the blessing to this city, are you not?
Well, this city is...
Pendrago is a big city. It's impossible to eliminate all the malevolence, and the church still holds the power.
But that means all the more that there are those who would cry out for salvation.
They're just turning to Seraphim out of desperation.
Yet are the people's wishes not genuine? I can still maintain the blessing with them.
But still, you could become a Hellion again.
I've got an idea. Why not use the church's authority against them?
Wait, do you intend to filter human prayers?
Pretty sneaky.
I've been pondering over the role of the blessing in human society.
Any conclusion?
It doesn't really do anyone any favors if I just take their prayers and give them the blessing in return.
Quite a lot of stress for nothing.
To coexist with humans in peace, there are many things that Seraphim must be conscious of.
I see. I hope the Seraphim you're thinking of will notice as well.
Oh, what a quick-witted lass.
Huh? You're not talking about yourself?
You mean another Seraph, yeah?
I truly hope they notice me and my efforts.
We understand your idea. We'll try and find an appropriate vessel for you.
Is the inscription of the Shrine Church still there? If we use that, I should be able to maintain a good distance with the believers.
It's still there. Please, Morgrim.
Shepherd, I know I have said much, but remember that I do not distrust humans.
It's just that humans and Seraphim need to know where they stand on the issues.
Yes, indeed. Both parties shall.
Morgrim sure is the cat's quite a person.
Yeah, even though she looks so fat, proportionate.
Malevolence, prayer, enshrinement, giving the blessing. We Seraphim ought to reconsider how we interact with humans, like Morgrim has.
We humans should do the same for Seraphim. I think making that effort is the first step for peaceful coexistence, both for the Seraphim and humans.
But even Morgrim became a Hellion. Reality is cruel.
Yeah, so are you.
Let's not get too idealistic just yet, though, huh?
Right. There was so much malevolence in Pendrago that even Morgrim couldn't handle it by herself. We can't ignore that fact.
Maybe there's a reason why. A reason that might have something to do with the overflowing malevolence.
You may be right.
We shouldn't leave it all to Morgrim, and be sure to check up on her once in a while.
Yeah.
Found this.
Huh? Wasn't that Maven?
Someone you know?
Kinda. He's family to me, in a way.
How marvelous. Maven has been a great help to all of us.
To the church? How so?
It's a bit embarrassing, but he has been teaching us many of the ancient legends that were once lost to the church. Literature, legends, ruins. It is quite humbling to realize the true breadth of his knowledge.
Yep, that sounds like Maven.
I guess he wasn't faking the whole explorer thing after all.
Oh no, I forgot to give him a thank you gift.
Don't worry about it. Trust me, he won't mind.
No, I really must. Oh, but I am already running late for my church duties.
We could bring it to him, if you like.
I'm dreadfully sorry. Would you be able to? He said he was heading to the Gaferis ruins to meet with some old acquaintances.
Is it just...
Are you looking for Chief Slenge?
Yes. I'm an acquaintance of the Chief, and...
I'm sorry, but the Chief is indisposed right now due to illness and will not be taking visitors.
What? He is?
But be of good cheer! In the name of the Shepherd, I vow to heal this noble servant of the people!
Oh, so you're the Shepherd, are you?
Nothing escapes your eye, my lady. Indeed, I am the renowned, the incomparable Shepherd Malfour!
Who can't see us in the slightest.
All hail the mighty shepherd.
I can tell from your unique accoutrements that you wish you were a shepherd as well. Eminently understandable, but I cannot recommend it. The shepherd's life is one of solitude. He spends his days in constant battle, unappreciated by the world he cherishes.
Okay?
In any case, rest assured that the village chief is in the caring hands of Shepherd Malfour.
Do you think it's Malevolence that's causing his illness?
Is the chief even sick? I don't trust that guy.
But we do know that the amount of malevolence in this village is increasing.
Let's start by reviving the blessing of Gadadin. We can worry about the chief after that.
Makes sense. That's the real shepherd's job, after all.
Did that kid have resonance or something? That dirt leech he talked about is a Hellion, isn't it?
Yes. It's a very troublesome Hellion with high vigilance. It'll be difficult to catch it.
So tiny!
So tiny!
Small but quick. Don't lose sight of it.
Should I use wider range attacks?
If you can hold them back, we'll follow your lead. Amorphous type with one just leave it to me!
Breakthrough! Tower of Blood! Breakthrough! Clear fire! Tower of Blood! Breakthrough! Purify Blink! Blood Moon! Molten Blood!
Lightning Tiger Blade! Go on!
Tower of Blood!
Your words will make you win!
Burning Star! Territory of Flame!
Lightning Tempest!
Burning Star! Territory of Flame!
Lightning Tiger Blade! Take this!
Burn! Burning Star! Territory of Flame!
Your words will make you vulnerable!
Burning Star!
Violence and humility! Go get it!
Burning Star! Powers of Flame!
One trigger!
Breakthrough!
Fall to the earth! I'm not done yet!
Breakthrough! Purify Blink! Predatory of Flame!
Earthborn!
Purify Blink! Burning Star! Pillars of Time! Ready? Strike! It will end here!
Abandon your doubts, for the truth is within!
One!
Purify the earth! There you go!
Lion Tunnel! Near the storm!
Familiar with footwork! Rising sun!
Let's get it!
Ready, go!
Release my spirit! Breakthrough!
Spotted fight!
Crimson Flame! May it burn your soul!
What a formidable opponent!
Did I become a Hellion? I'm sorry. I must have caused you all great trouble.
No, we're just glad you're all right.
My name is Forcia. Oh my! There's an iris gem here.
An Earthen Historia. Could we have that?
But of course. This is nowhere near enough to show my gratitude, however.
No, it's perfect. Thank you.
Dear me, what an honorable shepherd you are.
If you'd like to thank us, could you maybe give your blessing to a village? It's called Gadadin, and it's very close by.
Gadadin. That's the village outside the Shrine of the Fire Trial, correct? Do you have a vessel lined up?
Well, We'll find one for you.
All right. I'll head over to the village for now.
What was that all about?
They've started interfering, I suppose. Heldolf's followers are causing mischief in human society.
To create malevolence?
Sounds connected to what we saw earlier.
Right. He was taking advantage of wars to produce Hellions.
So he's trying to start another war!
But this is a record of the past. That war is probably well underway.
He's deceiving everyone.
Not quite. I'm sure there are those who have joined hands with him of their own free will.
How could they?
Unfortunately, we can't rule out the possibility.
Let's make it quick!
Are you ready?
Ready?
I showed them.
Weapons ready!
Are you ready? Fall to the earth!
Rise and rage, flames!
Are you ready? Fall to the earth!
Blade bang! Dragon bang! Tiger blade! Let's keep it up! Sword rain! Burn! Blade bang! Yeah! Blade bang! Ruined! Dig up! Iron not yet!
Vermilion
Eat this! Echo touch it! We're making giant!
Power
Time is buried. Think about your path.
Burning shot!
Right!
Take 'em up!
Follow the current!
Let's do some fortune telling.
Please, pick one.
How's this for a start?
Release my spirit! I need a hand! Searching landscape! Shake them up! Not yet! Quiver! Shake them up!
Alright! Burn it away! Quickly drop! We won't lose to you!
Hey, it wasn't that easy.
Here.
Ready, everyone?
Are you ready?
Be gone! Strike! Sonic Flurry! How's this? Ready? Yeah!
Are you ready?
Tiger Blade! Dragon Fang! Sword Ring! Earthborn!
Kind that'll jump at you.
Quiver! Shake them up! Monolithic Current! Eat this! Don't push yourself, Lailah!
Mortify!
Sweet!
Release my spirit!
Eat this!
Ignite flame!
You were quite strong, but we're no pushovers either.
Don't overdo it, Rose.
Chill out.
Gotta get her!
Double demon thing! Are you ready?
Rampaging!
Don't let up!
Rampaging! Jump! Hang on, everyone!
Run protection! be okay at making food. But now? Really?
You were quite strong.
Do we really need to do this?
Get on! Strike! It's time! Howling blade! Full tempest! Get on! Phantasm flash! Command! Blade bang! Burn it away! Yeah! Aqua blade!
Once you deal with that.
Dragon bang! Aqua blade! Rigid moon!
Release my velocity!
Blade bang! Dragon bang! Soul ring! Yeah! Burn! Phantasm blast!
Sorey, you're definitely improving more.
Yep, thanks to all of you.
Thanks to us, indeed.
Well, every little bit helps.
Slenge, is it all right for you to be up?
Worry not, excitable youngster. Everything has been taken care of. Thanks to the selfless heroism of Shepherd Malfour!
Shepherd, I must apologize for causing you concern. However, I am afraid I still feel unwell. Please, excuse me.
He's acting strange. Did something happen?
That man named Malfour was threatening the chief. "I'll expose your misdeeds, you fallen pope," he said.
What? How did he know?
Malfour used to be a priest, and we already know the church is investigating the fake elixir.
Could you explain to me the details of what's going on? I see. So the missing pope was the one producing the fake elixir.
Yeah, but it was for the sake of the villagers.
Slenge told Malfour the distribution route and formula for making this fake elixir, on the condition that the church will continue to buy vermilion ore.
What do you mean?
So you're saying he didn't come to intimidate, but to negotiate?
Yes, The Church will overlook the former Pope's crime. In exchange, it will gain control of the distribution channel for the fake elixir. And as the mediator, Malfoy will gain prestige and credibility.
So Gododin will finally get legitimate revenue.
But they're covering up a crime. And now the church itself is going to be selling fake elixir? That's just insane!
Unfortunately, these things happen.
Humans need money to live. That's what it comes down to.
I don't suppose you're still open to blessing this village?
I was thinking that the school building might work as a vessel. What do you think?
Are you sure?
The Pope, the village chief, seems to have recognized that his time is drawing near. Even my blessing cannot forestall the inevitable.
Is that why he's trying to secure a revenue stream for the village?
I would like to stay a while longer and see what results his determination brings.
Thank you, Forcia.
You're quite welcome.
The results his determination brings.
We restored the village's blessing, but Slenge is dying.
It's gotta be due to the toxins produced from processing the vermilion ore.
Most likely. And he must have known that from the start.
He probably wanted this kind of punishment.
Because he committed a crime, huh? If that's all true, then there's no need for the scattered bones to get involved.
This must be the answer he arrived at. It may sound harsh, but there isn't anything more we can do about this situation.
Still, it gets me royally ticked off at the church. What seraph would tolerate their worship?
If that Malfoy guy came up with all this, I gotta hand it to him. Pretty good for someone who acts like a quirky bit part in a play.
But he wasn't emitting any malevolence at all. What sort of person is he exactly?
It's got me wondering too. I think I'll have the scattered bones look into him.
Valkyrie, Maltran.
What? You know about Maltran?
Even if I told you, you wouldn't believe me.
My name's Sorey.
He's the shepherd.
The shepherd? Truly, I do feel something special about you.
I believe this man possesses some resonance, however slight it may be.
But shepherd or no, no one has yet to believe a word I say.
It hurts when people don't believe you. I understand how that feels. But I found people who would listen to me and believe in me. And that saved me from the pain.
My word.
So please, Tell us your story.
10 years ago or so, I served as a Knight of Rowlands in a conflict against the Kingdom of Highland. That is where I encountered her, Maltran, famed as the Blue Valkyrie. Before we could even react, in the blink of an eye, that lone woman had wiped out our entire unit. I turned tail and fled. I had no pride. I simply didn't want to die. As my cowardly legs carried me away, I glanced back at her. But she was being attacked by monsters, great lizards the size of men, wearing the armor of Highland.
Hellions!
I swear that I saw them. Saw those beasts swarm over her as she fell. And yet, Maltran is still alive.
I believe your story.
Thank you. You do have the way of the shepherd about you.
Show enough.
Please take this and continue to care for the people, especially poor lost souls such as me.
I will. Thank you.
So Maltran's fellow knights turned into Hellions and attacked her. Were they jealous of her fame and exploits?
People tend to resent those who excel, even if they may be allies.
That's even how military officers lose their lives on the battlefield sometimes.
That's just brutal.
But Maltran is alive, right?
I wonder what did happen. Aren't they referring to the group of children we met back then?
We should let them know. If the army is after them, they won't stand a chance.
That's why I told them to stop.
Where on earth could the trial shrines be?
Why don't we double-check the mural back at the hideout?
What the... It's the kids. The ones hunting soldiers.
They're dead.
Did the army do it?
Doubtful. They wouldn't leave corpses in the open like this, nor would they go to such extremes.
Who else could it be? Thank goodness! One's still alive!
We did what they asked. Why?
Sorey, watch out!
Why did you kill them?
Be the chi?
I don't know. We'll deal with that later.
We must purify her.
Ready? It's over! What? Lose
Drop the leg! More flurry! Break on through! Get up! Oh, holy water! Heal our wound! Ready? No escape! It's over! Release my spirit! Rhapsody! Back off! Ready? This isn't over! This isn't over! Healing circle! Strike! How's this? Get on! How's this? Tiger Blade! Tiger Blade! I need a hand! Break through! Dragon Bang! Sonic Flurry! I need a hand! Too close! Let's keep it up! Sword Rain! Ready? Strike! Absolute! Be gone! This isn't over!
Versatile ranged attacks.
Echo shot!
Unleash your hidden power.
Echo shot! Rock Whirl! Ready? Strike! Be gone! No escape! How's this? No, let's get him! How's this? Ready? Strike! Earthborn! Echo shot! Rock Whirl! Ready? This isn't over! Earthborn! Rising Sand! Take this! Echo shot! Rock Whirl! Rising Sand! What doesn't work? Mortify! No escape! It's over! No escape! Absolute! Get lost! Purify the earth! Break through! Fairy circle! Echo shot! Rock Whirl! Rhapsody! Break through! Echo shot! Take this! Ready? 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 Strike! It's over! Absolute! Take this! Rising Sand! Ready? No escape!
Fortify! Gather and grant me protection.
Be gone! No escape! Ready? No escape! How's this?
Power of blood!
Sonic Rock! Focus! Raging Winds!
Gather and grant me protection.
No escape! How's this?
Gravity rolls everything.
Ready? How's this?
Double demon effect. Clone trigger. Are you ready?
Ready?
Nope, doesn't look good.
Be gone! No escape! It's over!
Abandon your doubts with the
Ready?
Absolute! Double demon effect.
Rising Sand! Take this! Rising Sand! Sword of Wind! Blue Flurry! Breakdown! Whirlwind Slap! What? Blue Flurry! Breakdown! Azure Assault! I need a hand! I'll be ready! Healing power! Be gone! No escape! It's over! Ready? Toss the back! It's over! Strike the Malevolence! Strike! I tell you! How's this? Ready? I need a hand! Oh, holy ready? Strike! Strike! Look on! Strike! Dragon Wind! Shatter the
Whew, we did it. But she was the only one we could save.
Hey, over there!
Oh, He's still breathing!
Whoa there, Mr. Shepard. What's going on?
Oish! Perfect timing!
We need help!
Let's start with the treatment. Just leave the young'uns to me. Neither of them have mortal injuries, but they're not waking up yet.
Did our purification fail?
No, it's more of a psychological kind of deal.
What on earth could have happened to them?
He beat us. We did what we were told and lived as bandits.
He? So you guys were hired by someone?
Yeah, we weren't sure we wanted to keep hunting lone soldiers. Then he told us there was an easier way to make money. We did what we were told and attacked the carrier, and he bought all the stolen freight for a high price. He even promised us that he'd hook us up with legit jobs soon after.
So who is this guy?
I don't know. Our leader was the only one who talked to him, and I'm not that smart. But we believed in him because we always wanted to have honest jobs. But then he said he was gonna destroy all the evidence and sent a bunch of soldiers and killed everybody.
Destroy all the evidence?
We were so foolish. I've never been smart, but I'm so disappointed in myself. Please, avenge them. They took all our money, too. We only have this, but please.
And Earth and Historia.
Don't worry. The scattered bones will see your request through.
Rose. He beat the dragon in one hit!
And a fully materialized one at that.
What tremendous power!
You saw that massive malevolence at his back. The Hellion possessing him is far beyond anything we've ever fought.
Yeah, I'll definitely need to get stronger.
That's your reaction? I don't know whether to be worried or relieved.
Are you really going to take on his request?
Yeah, I mean, I kinda already did.
Huh. Are you sure this is okay? I hate to sound harsh, but those children were accomplices in a crime.
Yeah, meaning in this case, the mercenaries punished the group of thieves who caused them all this trouble. But, I mean, those kids were just trying to survive. They knew they were doing a bad thing, and they were trying to break free of that vicious cycle. Someone took advantage of that and murdered them. What those kids did was wrong, but even so, the one who betrayed them was just as wrong.
Maybe, but
sorry. I don't know the right answer to this.
I'm not blaming you. Sorry if I made you feel that way. And it's not like it's just their problem.
Huh?
Just don't worry about it. Seriously, I'll totally do the detective work. If it's a Hellion thing, it's all you.
All right.
Let's find out who's behind it all first.
You got it. Oh yeah, almost forgot. I should ask Agil to look after these kids.
Iris gems really are beautiful.
Too beautiful, more like it. That's why most people think they're just glass, or some other kind of decoration.
I see. What are they actually made of?
It's not a natural mineral.
They were most likely crafted through the use of multiple seraphic arts. Even so, it's practically unbelievable that there's something inside that lets you see the past.
I wish you could watch anything from the past that you wanted. I'd watch 1,000 years of history.
Better hope you'd live 1,000 years then, because that's how long it'd take.
Oh, right.
That would be hard even for a seraph.
Both iris gems and ruins are just fragments of the past. What's important is what you get out of them. Because history is the architect of our hearts.
Whoa, Mikleo! That was a sweet quote.
You think so? I'm planning to put it in the book I write one day.
Well, aren't you full of surprises?
I mean, don't you think it'd be a waste not to pass on our tale to future generations?
I would love to read your book, Mikleo.
I'll give you a copy. Signed even.
Darn. I gotta come up with my own quote and signature.
You sure had a grim look on your face when we left Pendrago.
I've got vengeance to seek in that town.
Looks like it's been ransacked.
Of course it has. Think of the clientele that come here. It's the looting I'm mad about.
Yeah.
So, where did they say they saw the iris gem?
Whoops, I forgot to ask. I didn't really want to talk to them for long.
Fine, let's find it ourselves.
What? Yeah! Return to course! Let the
a fearsome fighting style.
From my standpoint, you're the one that's fearsome.
I'm ready. Are you ready? Ready? No escape! Syrian Mikleo! Bang! Dragon Bang! No escape! Rise and rage, flames! No escape! Who's dropping away? Sweet dreams! Here goes! Hang on, everyone! Here goes!
5 stars!
Saint Zero! Mustering bangs! Saint Zero, alright!
Yeah, here goes!
Aim and fire! Mustering bangs! Open the way forward! Alright! Saint Zero! Mustering bangs!
Well done, everyone!
Just swing your sword around and win.
What about swinging an umbrella around?
Ready
Was that a marriage ceremony? And there were a whole bunch of shepherds there too.
It looked like it took place at the Shrine Church in Pendrago. And that was Maltellus's crest.
Was his Prime Lord Maltellus?
Please excuse me for a moment.
Uh-oh, she took off. Almost like you were picking on her.
We didn't mean for her to leave.
I know.
Well, judging from circumstantial evidence, I'd say there's a major chance that Maltellus is mixed up in this somehow.
Yeah. For that many shepherds to exist at once, you'd need a power on par with the 5 lords.
Yeah. But let's leave the speculation at that for now.
So long as we're gabbing about it, Lailah's stuck in there.
Oops. Sorry, I forgot.
Well, we've met our first goal.
Well, it would have been nice if we could have investigated before the place got ransacked. But it looks like it happened a long time ago.
There's actually something I've noticed about that. Don't you think that the stones and decorations looted from here may have been used in Pendrago's architecture?
It's possible, given the location and the era.
Right. And if we can find out where they've been used, we might be able to find the hidden history of Pendrago.
If we compare with Lady Lake, which utilized the Vivia subterranean aqueduct, we might find what people in that era were thinking.
Sounds awesome! Good thinking, Mikleo.
And that's not all. If we build upon our current hypothesis...
Hang on. I don't get what's so awesome about this.
But they're so enthused.
Friggin' weirdos.
Guess I'm the clown again.
No, that was a smile of praise to the true king of the Ruin Geeks.
Viva the Ruin Geek Shepherd.
What kind of shepherd is that?
I don't think I've ever heard of it.
Then that makes Sorey the first.
No objections?
I guess.
I shall protect everyone! So it's not a scorpion, but a scorpion-like creature?
You can look at it that way, but be careful.
It's resistant to multiple elements, so we'll need to observe their attack patterns. Okay, got it.
Ready?
Go on!
Be gone! Try out, Be gone! Good shot! Whoa! Cry out!
Get lost!
Ready? Go! Be gone! Take this! Be gone! Rampaging Giant! Cry out! Ready? Go!
Scorch the tower plus!
Piece of cake.
Hey, it wasn't that easy.
That was a cinch.
It was a little easier than that.
Then what was it?
A piece of cinch?
I gave it a shot.
You were just waiting for me to pick you up, weren't you?
Stand strong!
That hellion sure is flashy.
I don't like it. I'll pluck out all its feathers.
Why even bother?
Sometimes even sheep want their wool cut.
Well, sheep are different.
I need a hand! Ready? Open the door gate! Who's off the line? Blue flurry! Boost and flex! Binding vortex! Aim and fire! Here it goes! Open the way forward! Aim and fire!
Let's go faster!
Be gone! You won't end here! This is over! Who's off the line? Burst! Blistering fangs! Stay zero! Blistering fangs!
Burn! Molten wall!
How's this? Burning red, freaking blue, burning candle! This isn't over! That didn't stop! Ready? No escape!
Retreat now!
No escape! How's this? Lord of water! Burst! Ready? That didn't! I need a hand! I'll be right back! How's this? Be gone! No escape! Holy moly!
Get lost!
Spirit cleansing! Elixir protect! Spirit cleansing! Elixir protect!
Burning shot! Dragon fire!
No escape! It's over! That didn't! Feet from you!
Retreat for now!
Holy feels so hot! How's this?
Blast them!
Give us your blessing! Too close! Be gone! No escape! It's over! Who's off the way?
Release my spirit!
Blue flurry!
Molten wall!
Blue flurry! Breakdown! Break on through! Blue flurry! Blue flash!
Burn away!
Aim and fire! Here it goes! Open the way forward! Blistering fangs! Binding vortex! Here it goes! Binding vortex!
It's not often you see a seraph using a staff like a club.
I mastered it while practicing with Sorey.
It's got the reach you'd need to win, since he's taller.
That's not the reason why.
But the height.
That's not it. so big. Do you think we can defeat them?
You can't beat them if you half-ass it. If you're scared, just run away.
They are indeed strong, but we can win if we try.
It'd be better to dodge their attacks than defend. Think you can do it?
Aiming fire! Blistering bang! Flagging vortex! Glimmer dragon! Aiming fire! Here goes! Rose, get here goes! Flagging vortex! Open the way forward! Blue flurry! Here goes! Flagging vortex! Say zero! Blistering bang! Open the way forward! Tower flash! Aiming fire! Here goes! Flagging vortex! Say zero! Here goes! No break on through! Say zero! Blistering bang! Flagging vortex! Molten wall! Say zero! Blistering bang! Rain of fire! Get lost! Aiming fire! Blistering bang! Open the way forward! Say zero! Blistering bangs! Get lost! Don't push yourself, Lailah! Lailah! Say zero! Blistering bangs! Flagging vortex! Say zero! Blistering bangs! Aiming fire! Blistering bang! Flagging vortex!
Piece of cake! Hey, it wasn't that easy.
That was a cinch.
It was a little easier than that.
Then what was it?
This probably doesn't suck.
Sounds dangerous.
We'll have Sorey cut through the situation. I mean, since arts aren't all that effective.
So we can win this if we use sword-based physical attacks, right?
Yup, that's why I said to cut through. Get it?
You just wanted a reason to say that.
No escape! It's not it! Serpent of water! Way to bounce! Tower of blood! Hang on, everyone! Serpent of water! Way to bounce! Tower of
These aliens have high attack power. Work. Just leave it to me.
Tower of blood! No escape! Tower of blood! Breakthrough! Way to bounce! Here by us! Way to bounce! No escape! won't lose this time!
Here's an explode! Break on through! Shatter the roof!
I won't lose this time! Lailah!
I'm up! Petite!
Yeah! Sword flare! Finish off the fucking right range, flames!
Aim it high!
That's it!
Ending your count! Spirit clear! Motion eclipse! Aim it high!
I won't lose this time!
Motion eclipse!
Can't end here!
Quite a fearsome fighting style.
From my standpoint, you're the one that's fearsome.
Make it quick! May your knowledge be let's go! Line Slayer! Let's run!
I shall protect everyone! That is a mutant guardian called Millionfeed.
Even calling it a centipede would be a bit much.
Yeah, a million is way too much.
More than 2 legs is too much.
That's just your bias.
Are millionfeeds like rich centipedes? I don't even...
Strike!
Take this! Are you ready?
Strike! Here goes!
Take
Don't push yourself up!
Shield double demon!
Mow down! Strike! Dragon whip! Feel my wings! Strike!
Burn away!
Strike! Dragon whip! Feel my wings!
Multiply! Predatory strike!
Wind whip! Here goes! Feel my wings!
Get lost!
Strike! Here goes! Feel my wings! Wind whip! Dragon whip! Feel the stars! Wind whip! Here goes! Feel the stars! Knock it back! Put some thought into it! Knock it back! Dark Star!
Are you ready?
Strike! Dragon Blitz!
Shine
Don't push yourself up!
Morning, I'm up. This doesn't look good. Freeze! Lightning Tiger Blade!
Knock it back! Torrent Speed Dark Star!
Earthforce!
Violent Protect Torrent Speed Dark Star!
Baby Giant! Rock Ringer!
Wind Blip! Dragon Blip Carbine!
Slap Toss!
Wind Blip!
Splendid job, Sorey.
Let's keep it up!
underestimate.
Be gone! No escape! Aim fire! Blistering bangs! Save Zero! Break on through! Aiming fire! Here goes! Open the way forward!
Go get it! Microphone playing 5 stars! Rising
Blue fire! Blistering bang! Open the way forward!
Shield me!
You win it here! This isn't over!
Not done yet! Let's try to go!
Be gone! How's this? Be gone! Ready? One of three. Ready? No escape! It's over! More to win! Here goes!
Vermilion Rain!
Strike! Here goes! Wind blade! Whirlwind slash! Put some wind! Not this time!
Trap them! Crimson Cross!
Not this time! Dark Star!
Purgatory Flame!
Torrent Spear!
Vermilion Cross!
Torrent Spear! Come forth!
Purgatory!
What a formidable opponent!
Here you go.
Done.
entire body is like its weapon! Dang! Let's just get out alive!
It's a Naga. Her main attack involves extending her nails.
The front should defend and attack when it can. Its arts are powerful as well.
Are you ready? It's over! More to war! Let's break down! Break on through! Burst! Break down! Blue flame! Ocean blitz! Break on through! Here's the stick! Don't push yourself, Lailah! Arrows fall! Here goes! Fight this vortex! Aim and fire! Safe arrow! Blistering bang! Open the way forward! Roll the quick! I need a hand! Blistering bang! Hang on, everyone! Aim and fire! Here goes! Open the way forward! Aim and fire! Here goes! This is bad. Watch your health. I need a hand! I can do it! Whoa! My all...
Let's get out of here!
Focus, guys! Go for it! Beast of water! Dragon courage! Rise and rage, flames! Burn of fire! All this fighting sure makes me hungry.
Be on your guard! Entering Crimson! Strike! Blade bang! Lord of Water! Blue flame! Open the way forward! Safe arrow! Blistering bang! Open the way forward! Hold on, everyone! Blue flurry! Here goes! Blue dreams! Open the way forward! Aim and fire!
Well, that's a wrap. Hey, Sorey, do you know what this butterfly's called?
I've never seen one like this.
This calls for... Hey, Dazzle!
What?
Do you know what kind of butterfly this is?
I'm not your personal encyclopedia.
Don't be like that. Professor Dazzle, please?
Do I look like a professor?
What's got you so butterfly crazy all of a sudden?
Don't you know? Collectors pay primo cash for these suckers. They stick them up on their walls with pins or something.
With pins?
Well, we may never know what you are, little dude, but I ought to bag you just in case.
Wait! I just realized. It's a Chez Monu rose. Looks like a butterfly, but it's just a moth.
Aw, moth. No one's gonna pay for that.
Darn, too bad.
Chez Monu rose? Oh!
Shush.
Got it. Moth.
Haven't tried it myself, but I'm sure it's tasty.
I gave it a shot.
Steady. Your nerve. Are you ready? Let's keep it up. Quiver! Earthfall! Rocks of protection! Not yet! Right on! Eat this! Iron Capel! This! Come on, everyone! Yeah! Ready? No escape from you! How's this? Lion Towel! Beast Thunder! Who's up? Aim and fire! Blistering Fangs! Open the way forward! Everyone okay?
Sure is a lot of gold lying around out there. Focus, guys! Are you ready?
Leave it to me!
Get one! Alright! Break through! Alright! Power of blood! I won't be in here!
Six falling stars! Amazing Sarah!
Get on! Let's keep it up! Sonic Flurry! Return to force!
The kind that can provide backup. Keep an eye.
Right! Echo Echo Shot! Big on! Echo Shot! Big on! Right on! Rock winner! Ready? Go! Freeze Blaster! Echo Shot! Rock winner! Big on!
Double demon strike! Earthfall!
Echo Shot! Rock winner! Echo Shot! Rock winner! Echo Shot! Open the way! Big on! Red, green, and blue, hail and candle! Eat this! Grab toss! May your knowledge! What a formidable opponent! Let's do this! Surfing current! Ready? No escape!
Not done yet!
Yeah! Blood move!
Leave it to me!
Freezing clouds!
Audience are very resilient.
Break through! Purifying blades! Break through! Get lost! Trap them! Crimson Cross! Not yet!
Right on!
Scorch down! Tower! Hang on, everyone!
untamed, vicious boars become hellions like this.
Watch out! Its charge attack will bore you to death!
You'd been waiting to say that.
Torrent speed car! Hang on, everyone! Put some thought in everyone! Alright!
I mean, I used to be pretty okay at making food, but now? Oh, gorgeous! I wonder what kind of flower this is.
Ah, so even you can get excited by this sort of thing.
I'm a girl, and I happen to think that red flowers are badass. Ain't nothing wrong with that.
An orchid, do you think?
Correct. This particular variant is called an Edna.
The same name as you!
It's not just the name. Ednae have low tolerance for heat and flourish best in breezy, shady areas. Those who raise them must take care not to give them too much water. Doesn't the daintiness and loveliness remind you of me?
So in other words...
What are you doing, Meebo?
Well, that's odd. It doesn't look all thorny and poisonous.
I'll show you thorny.
Ow! Cripes, Edna, you broke the skin!
Little Meebo needs to learn some manners.
I should have figured you'd be an expert on the Edna flower.
It was something he told me once. My brother.
Oh, I see.
I'm sorry. I should have been more sensitive.
No, it's fine.
Ready, Mikleo? Ready? Move I need a hand! Come on, everyone! Let's keep it up!
Surging Lance! Earth Pulse! Monolithic Current!
Back dance! Who's Roger? Aim and fire! Open the way forward! Aim and fire! Here goes! Open the way forward! This one's tough. Don't flag on defense. Here goes!
Frozen Stick!
Blue flag!
You act on instinct way too much.
Oh? Did your instinct...
Sorey, I'm ready.
Are you ready?
Yeah! Ready, down! Fire away! Power of Sweet Dreams! Return to void! Blood Moon! Purification complete! That's more like it.
doesn't look good. Whoa! survivors, no matter the odds. Boom! Done and done!
You made it.
Yep. Were you worried?
Not especially.
Ouch! Come on, you could have worried about me a little bit.
I just estimated your power and weighed it against that of your enemies. And I was right.
Huh. Want to see if your estimates were really correct?
Whoa! I don't think that's necessary.
Probably not. Sorry, I'm still in kill everything mode. I'll switch it off.
You really are impenetrable sometimes.
Hey, quit laughing! Although, you're always such a frowny Freddy. Maybe it's okay once in a while.
Make up your mind.
Quite a fearsome fighting style.
From my standpoint, you're the one.
Don't overdo it, bro.
Dark Star!
Well, that's a wrap.
Sorey, I'm ready.
Dragon Fang! now, be careful!
You feel it?
Soul resonance! Lord of water! Safe! Zero! Blistering! This one's stuck. Open the way forward! This one's stuck. Don't slack on defense. Safe Zero! Blistering bangs! Open the way forward! Not yet! I need a hand! Blistering bangs! Here goes! Blanket vortex! Aim and fire!
You feel it?
Open the way forward! Blistering bang! Right! Blanket vortex! Here goes! Blanket vortex! Aim and fire! Here goes! This is bad. Watch your health. Blanket vortex! All together.
Don't overdo it.
Say Zero! Let's just get out alive!
Found it. Totally found it.
Orc groomer? What does it groom?
You want to know? They take care of horses and...
That'll do, thanks.
Here goes! Blanket vortex!
Are you ready?
Open the way forward! Sweet dreams! Here goes! Blanket vortex! Sweet dreams!
Are you ready?
Blanket vortex! Sweet dreams!
Double demon effect! Lord of fire!
Aim and fire! Not yet!
Blistering bang!
Blistering bang! Blanket vortex! Here goes! Open the way forward! Aim and fire! Blistering bangs!
So, you think I could use that weapon?
Don't even try it. You'll just injure yourself. I just followed the recipe. Should be fine.
I'm ready. Ready? No escape! How's this? Earthborn!
The crap out of it.
Quiver! Earthborn! Rock of protection!
Is that Street Slash?
Quiver! Hang on, everyone!
The crap out of it.
Scrap time! Shake
Well
right!
done. Be careful.
Glimmer Dragon!
Ready, John! Looks like we win! Eat this!
All this fighting sure makes me hungry.
Snacks are ready.
Keep your guard up.
Go for it! Blade Bang! Dragon Bang! Sword Ring! Lord of Worlds! Don't flag on the base! Breakdown! 6 falling stars! Shade Zero! Here goes! Here's the skies! Arrow Squall! Blistering Bangs! Open the way forward! Not yet! Shade Zero! Here goes! Right! Aim and fire! Here goes!
All this fighting sure makes me
What happened?
Weapons ready! Blade Bang! Dragon Bang! Lord of Worlds! Don't flag on the base! Here goes! Flanking Vortex! Sweet dreams! Aim and fire! Blistering Bang! Hang on, everyone!
You were quite strong.
Let's just get out alive!
Huh? How on earth?
Crazy how big rocks can get.
No, it's not that.
Okay, sheesh. Crazy how big boulders get. That better?
I think Sorey's more hung up on how the crazy big rock got into these ruins.
Yeah, it clearly dwarfs the entranceway, and that doesn't even address the issue of why it was even placed here.
Maybe even hundreds of years ago. There were still folks like you who got a kick out of weird objects.
Well, who says they hauled it in here? Maybe the ruins were built around the rock and not vice versa.
That's it! This has to be a shrine to the rock itself!
It's possible this rock was even a vessel.
You can't fathom the true meaning of legends until you've seen their history with your own eyes.
Oh, hey, like what you and Maven were talking about.
Yeah, but now I understand. It's not enough just to use your eyes. Thanks, Rose.
Thanks for...
When conventional thinking is hitting a wall, sometimes it takes people whose brains are wild and untamed. People like you.
Pretty sure my brain's standard issue?
She has no idea.
Sorey, I'm ready.
Are you ready?
Return to Bang! Dragon Bang! Summon Sorey! Lord of Water! Don't flag on the thing! Binding Vortex! Aiming fire! Aiming fire! Blistering Bang! Open the way forward! Sweet dreams!
Sweet!
You sure work hard.
No, compared to what Sorey goes through, this is nothing.
Snacks are up! Ready?
drop the wall! Aim and fire! Here goes! Lightning vortex! Aim and fire!
Release my spirit! Rain of fire!
Say zero!
Retreat for now!
Aim and fire! Here goes! Lightning vortex! Not yet! Spirit cleansing! Elixir protect!
Let me tell your fortune. Please pick one.
No thanks.
Choosing not to choose means you're a short fuse type.
That's fortune telling?
Here it comes.
What is it, Edna?
It's my turn now, right? Oh boy, I am so excited for this. Wow. Wow.
Well, that was unexpected.
Oh no! That must be the Minotauros.
That's right! And with him standing guard there, we're all in a real bind!
The Shepherd Pawan?
Lady Lailah! You're as lovely as ever.
And you're as creepy as ever.
This seraph was also once a shepherd?
That's right. Depending on how you die, you can transcend your own race. Strange world we live in.
Strange world, sure, but we'll never get to the altar with that thing in the way.
Huh?
You're here for the shepherd's power, right? You're gonna take the trial, right? Right?
Well,
So she's not the shepherd then?
Are you sure this creeper used to be a shepherd?
Grating though he may be, the Shepherd Pawan is renowned amongst all the Seraphim for having quelled over 10,000 Hellions.
Seriously? You mean this dirtbag?
Hey, mister. Edna's so lonely. She could use a big hug.
Well, aren't you a precious little thing? Your name is Edna?
Oh, please, mister. Edna's so cold.
Oh, but there's a trial, you see. We need to get to the altar and...
Useless.
Huh?
Is that all you can think about? The trial?
I mean, the shepherd is here for the trial and...
So you can't get to your altar with that oversized steak face in the way, and so you want me to do something about it. Is that it?
Well, more precisely...
Wait!
Edna! It's too dangerous!
Scram. Get out of my face! Now we just walk to the altar?
Actually, the trial is to quell the Minotauros.
Huh?
But it ran off somewhere.
Turns out it was a scaredy bull.
I imagine it'll turn tail at the first sign of us now.
Right. Well, why didn't you say so? You stupid or something?
I'm sorry.
Well, fine. Whatever. You just go on ahead to the altar. We'll track down that bull hellion and quell it.
Okay.
All right. Let's get this show on the road.
Edna, you're actually disappointed, aren't you?
Let's get this show on the road.
Ready, Mikleo?
This definitely looks dangerous.
You better watch out for its tail movements and attacks.
They sometimes go underground. Stay calm and handle it.
Wonderful!
Violent protection! Not yet!
Shield, are you ready?
Dark Star!
Mikleo?
You've been slacking off. It ran off again.
We have to get close to it without being seen.
Enemy spotted, Lailah!
This can't be.
Aliens possess objects too. Don't get too scared.
Let's give it up! Final protection towards fear! Dark Star!
Are you ready?
Go! Razor Vortex! Not this time!
All this fighting sure makes me hungry.
Weapons ready! Be gone! Dragon Fang! It's over! More of knock us out! Dark Star! Cut through it! Final Protect Torch! Not yet!
Double Demon!
Final Protect Red! Put some thought into it! Whirlwind Slash! Dark Star! Go! Whirlwind Slash! Gale Fang! Whirlwind Slash!
Burn away! Tower! Well, that's a wrap.
Oh, this one attacks all sloppy.
These slimes are stronger than the ones in the ruins.
Dark Star! Final protection! Hang on, everyone! Let's get him! Are you ready? Let's get him!
Sweet dreams!
Torrent Spear! Not this time! Torrent Spear!
Are you ready? Shield me!
Final protection! Red! Carbide!
All this fighting sure makes me hungry.
but I'm sure it's tasty.
Don't be fooled by their looks. They're powerful spellcasters.
Trust me, I know the small ones are the most trouble.
Sword rain! Shield me! Lord of Wind! Vital protection! Dark Star! Put some thought into it! Torrent Speed Dark Star! Hang on, everyone!
Wonderful!
Blade Bang! Let's keep it up! You go in here! Solid Thrust! Ready? Let's strike! Blade Bang! Earthborn!
The kind that can provide backup.
Be gone!
Take them out.
Rampaging Giant! Shake it up! Monolithic Current! Eat this! Iron Curtain!
Retreat for now!
Not yet! Eat this!
Hookbringer! Right on! Vermilion Molten Wall!
The whole box of protection! Don't push yourself, Lailah! Rampaging Giant! Echo Shot! Oh, shit! Be gone! Right out! Right! Eat this! Echo Shot! Rock Winner! Rising Sand! Echo Shot! Rock Winner! Alright! Purified Mirror! Fairy Circle!
Release my Speed Rhapsody!
Rampaging Giant! Right out! Ready? Go!
Blood Move!
Sweet dreams! Echo Shot! Take this! Be gone! Cry out! Rock Winner! Not yet!
Blood Move!
Ocean Blast! As your assault!
Vermilion Crescent! Vermilion Crescent!
Lightning Vortex!
Tolerance Blood!
Aiming fire! Open the way forward! Aiming fire!
It's not often you see a seraph using a staff like a club.
I mastered it.
Whoops, I'm just hallucinating a wooden horse in the middle of the shrine. Don't mind me.
It's awful tiny. You think it's for kids, maybe?
Toy horses are only rarely made for adults, so yes.
But what's a toy doing here inside the Shrine of Trials?
How would I know? Seems unlikely it's related to the trial.
It just bugs me.
Maybe it's some kind of hint. Toy horse, horses, horse and buggy.
Carrots, horse meat, horse burgers, horse waffles, horse cream cones. Crap. Now I'm hungry and yucked out.
The dread overthinking a non sequitur trap of the ancients. Tremble before their mastery of psychological torture.
Ready, everyone?
Abandon your town!
Let's go! Sword Rain! Lord of Wind! Dark Star! Gale Bang! Razor Vortex! Put some thought into it! Violent Protection! Rocket Time! Hang on, everyone! Dark Star!
totally found it.
Let's begin the purification!
Ready? Sonic Flurry! Violent attack! Right!
Street Fighter!
Put some thought into it!
Glitter Dragon! Spring Force!
Gale Fang! Whirlwind Slash!
Sleeping
Laser Vortex! Not yet!
Lightning Strike!
Carbide Attack!
Pretty good, right?
Knock it out!
Wings no good. Let's combine and attack.
Tiger Blade! Strike! This isn't over! Return to void! Tiger Blade! Right, come forth!
Are you ready?
Splash! Burning red, freezing blue, hail and tandem! Tiger Blade! Dragon Blade! Storm Rain! Find my enemy! Yeah! Tiger Blade! Looks like we win!
Sure hope this is edible. It looked terrifying, but I've never seen a Hellion so timid.
That's to be expected.
The Minotauros is a manifestation of the collective emotions of those who have been tortured and abused. This accounts for the anger it displays in all situations.
So, like, it rages at people to avoid the feeling of being raged at?
A case of misplaced anger, huh?
Wouldn't kill it to do a little reflection.
Don't overdo it, Rose.
Ready? Strike! It's over! More than knock it tight! Carve my
Burning shot!
Knock it tight! Dark Star!
Sweet dreams!
Knock it tight! Torrent Spear! Knock it tight! Torrent Spear! Dark Star! Together! Carve my Dark Star!
Burn away!
Whirlwind Slash!
Looks like we win! Looks like it means business. Be on your guard, everyone! What was that? It sounded like kids crying.
Violent Protect Torrent Speed! Dark Star!
You said it was people that had been bullied or tortured. Could it have been children?
I'm afraid it isn't unthinkable. I see.
Don't worry, I'm gonna save you!
Right. Liberation from...
Did we truly save him?
I pray that we did.
Sorry for scaring you. Goodbye. Rest in peace.
Edna.
Wait, did the spirits of the children turn to Seraphim?
Dunno.
Let's move on to the altar. Pawan is waiting for us.
Yeah.
Roger.
Ignorance is unforgivable. I finally understand.
Oh, Edna.
Even if it's a pain, I'll never take the easy way out again. Though it totally is a pain.
That's the Edna I know.
The Minotauros was born from the spirits of children. Hard to wrap my head around it.
What could those kids have been doing in a place like this?
Ever since the Age of Chaos began, More and more Hellions have been pitiable types like that one.
You don't say. They must have been children whose parents didn't want them.
You mean they were abandoned children?
That's probably what this place is for, to most people in the area. A gruesome tradition indeed.
The parents could disavow their own flesh and blood like that. It's unconscionable. Even though we weren't his own flesh and blood, Gramps still took us in and raised us as his own.
Yeah, it's hard to even think about.
Hey, come on! Buck up!
That's right. You saved them in the end, didn't you? You did something good in the world.
Yeah, it's gotten into you, Edna. You're being nice.
It's not like I can't admit when I'm wrong, you know. Unlike some people, I'm an adult.
Is that a fact?
Looks like everything went well.
Yeah, though I felt sad for the Hellion.
I'll be honest, when Edna walked up to scare it off, I wasn't sure what would happen.
Looks like she learned her lesson.
Yes, bad Edna.
Quite a motley crew you and your friends are.
So, does this mean that we've cleared the trial?
Yes, it does. Shepherd, Edna, step forth to give a prayer unto the altar.
Sorey, none of his perviness rubbed off on you, did it?
Huh? Can that even happen?
Can it?
Sorry.
How's it feel?
I do feel stronger.
Are you off then?
Yeah. Thanks for everything, Pawan.
There is a cause and a reason behind all things. Grasp it, ponder it, and then proceed. Do not force the answers. Know that the journey of the shepherd begins by understanding the basis for the emotions that swirl around this world.
I will. Thank you.
Finally, legit advice.
Ta-da!
Moron. But still, thanks.
See you later.
Right.
So the last two trials are Whoosh and Kersplank.
Meaning wind and water, I take it?
What else would it mean?
Right, of course.
Give it your all.
Man, that bat looks bossy.
Whatever.
Looks like we shoot distorted sonic waves.
Let's keep it up. Shining water. I command. One trigger. One trigger. You know nothing worse than make your vulnerable. Slight evil. Try this on. Yeah.
Time to learn some humility.
Serpent of water. Sword flare. The dragon blast. May your knowledge be from you.
Time to learn some humility.
Yeah. Blade bang. Let's keep it up. Sword rain.
Heal my ailments. Sleeping dragon.
Yeah. Edna, be careful. Yeah. Blade bang. Let's keep it up. Sonic flurry. Oh, holy water. See you do it! Wait for it! Eat this! Echo Step Rock Winner! Ocean Blitz! Eat this! Lailah Rock Winner! Be gone! Edna, be careful!
I was just sleeping.
Earthborn! Be gone! Rising Sands! Purify the Earth! Very slow!
First!
Here goes! Purify the Earth!
You're pretty much screwed.
Here! I won't lose this time! Lord is water! Here goes!
Sorey, you're definitely improving more.
Yep, thanks to all of you.
Thanks to us, indeed.
Well, that's a whole bunch of Norman we found.
Yes, an abnormal amount.
But I gotta say, their abilities really are helpful. Why does everyone leave them alone?
Yeah, you'd think there would be droves of Seraphim asking for their help.
Long ago, there was in fact an enormous demand for them. They were booked up for months at a time.
So why are they just wandering around now?
One day their leader, well, their leader-ish person, rose up against the extreme work conditions, demanding autonomy for Norman Seraphim, plus a significant raise in wages. He called on the other Norman to join the fight for independence.
A Norman revolt? Were there many casualties?
None. The only one pushing for independence was the leader-ish fellow. The others were simply like,
We don't mind helping, but it'd be real sweet if we could get maybe a 300-year break between crunch time.
And that was more or less that.
So easy going. But that's Norman for you.
And what happened to the leader?
Well, that's a whole nother...
After a protracted battle with another Seraph, he lost and was never seen again. Or so the story goes.
Huh. So Norman have their own history too.
Lailah, I get, but you sure know a lot about Norman, Edna. You really must like them a whole...
I just hear rumors, that's all.
You used to live on this mountain, Edna?
Yeah. It's a nest for man-eating monsters nowadays, though.
You didn't have to say that much.
It's just a fact. Even he doesn't recognize me anymore. I like your moxie.
May your knowledge...
What brilliance!
It's got such an intimidating aura.
Yes, it's dangerous to go near it without heed.
Especially when they cast curse spells. What a pain.
Rising rage, flames! Serpent of water!
Let's feel it out.
Hold on! Don't stay away! It's over! Don't stay! How's
Gonna grovel and apologize, huh? Be my guest.
Let's get this over with, huh?
Ready?
Not bad.
Not done yet.
Hang on, everyone! No foe
Can stand
in our way!
The bridge looks better than ever, but that just means...
Alicia!
Sorey, what are you doing here? And the others?
Of course.
Shame you can't see us, though.
Isn't that natural?
Hey,
Rose, wasn't it? You were with the Sparrow Feathers who came to the palace.
nice to finally meet you in person, Princess Alicia.
Just Alicia will do.
Rose is helping me out big time.
As Squire?
Don't worry, she's doing a great job.
I see. I'm sure it helps that you've grown into your power, but still, Rose must be incredibly special.
That's the nicest thing I've ever heard.
Well, you and Sorey are so alike.
That's not the nicest thing I've ever heard.
Very true. My apologies.
Hey, what are you apologizing for?
Sorey, I'm glad you three are getting along, but we came here on a mission.
Oh, right. There's something I want to ask you, Alicia.
Shrines of Trials.
Ring a bell?
I'm not sure if it's what you're looking for, but just the other day we received word of a ruin discovered at Lake Haven Heights. It's a military secret, so I don't know the exact location, but the entrance is supposedly extremely well hidden. Lady Maltran has just gone off to investigate.
Maltran?
The discovery came about while apprehending a group of thieves. They turned out to have several famous swords in their possession. The military decided that further investigation might turn up something useful to them.
Something useful for the war?
Yes.
Lady Alicia! The captain is awaiting your report!
Apologies, I'll be right there. Sorry, but I've got a job to do. Please come back to Lady Lake again sometime. I shall pray that you overcome your trials safely.
Thanks. See you again.
Understood. I shall report as such to my superiors.
It's just as you can see. They sent me out to inspect the bridge.
Jerks.
Hey.
It's okay. Lady Maltran is helping me out a great deal, and I can still keep going.
You sure about all this?
Rose?
I'm sorry. I shouldn't have said that.
No. You're probably right. No matter how I protest, I don't think the war can be stopped. I want to just drop everything and run, all the time. But whenever my thoughts drift in that direction, I stop. The strength of a knight exists to protect, and their kindness serves the people. Those are the words I learned from my teacher.
Guess you have your honor too, Alicia.
Oh, not really. I'm just obstinate.
So you're just like Mikleo then?
Is that supposed to be a compliment?
Sure, laugh at my expense.
All right. And with that, I must be off. Be well, everyone.
You too!
Later! Something tells me Alicia actually wishes she could go with us, deep down.
Huh?
Just a vibe I got. Hey, Alicia used to be your squire, right? Why did she leave?
Well, I wouldn't say she left. She just had her own goals, and...
I think she did want to go with us, but her resonance just wasn't quite up to snuff.
The backlash was damaging Sorey.
He was losing his sight.
Oh dear. So that's why... Wait a minute, what about now? You're not hiding anything from me, are you?
Not at all! I swear!
Your resonance is powerful enough to enact armatization. It's right on par with the Shepherds.
Is it really? I guess I'd better be grateful for my resonance.
Grateful, huh?
Flour from the Pearl Oats region is second to none.
For strawberries, though, you can't beat ones from Marland.
What should we do for milk?
What are you talking about?
We're brainstorming local regions where we can get our key ingredients to make a delicious shortcake.
Picking the right ingredients will determine the quality of the food. Remember that.
Gotcha. So how's that going?
We were going to get flour from the Pearl Oats region and the strawberries from Marland. But we haven't decided on where to get milk yet.
The region we should get it from will depend on the kind of milk we want.
Hey, Sorey, do you prefer light, smooth milk or rich, creamy milk?
Huh. I like the rich, creamy kind.
Then we should get it from Lake Haven.
Sounds like the ideal plan. Thanks for telling us, Dazzle.
I just felt like it is all. Don't read into it.
Eisen. probably don't need to tell you this, but just run away if my brother finds you. I found this.
Shall we begin?
Let's see you deal with that.
Tiger Blade! Yeah, alright! Multiple currents! Sorey! Sweet dreams!
Right on! Hey,
Tiger Blade! Let's get out of the water! I better get it together.
Here I go.
Yeah, we
Well,
did it!
that's
Done
that.
it! All together now. 1, 2.
So we're going
yeah!
now? Wait, what's
come
our
on,
cue?
guys.
Phantom Hellions, ones who are trapped by malevolence even in death.
Torrent Spear! Dark Star!
Wings to put some thought into.
Fire Patrol! I need a hand! Wind! Knock it!
Whispering Red!
Fire Patrol! Carbide!
Watch your health!
You feel it? Soul! Everyone! Fire Protection! Fire Protection! Dark Star! Gale Bang! Whirlwind Slap! Winds! Healing Power! Red! Carbide!
This doesn't look
Fire Protection! Everyone! Fire Protection! Fire Protection! Dark Star! When it's go time, we go all the way!
Overdo it and you'll just exhaust yourself, Sorey.
All things in moderation, as they say.
Lailah, what did you mean they were trapped by malevolence even in death?
Humans and Seraphim, in fact all living species, have something within their bodies called a soul. A phantom is the hellion which results when that soul itself is corrupted by malevolence.
Then does that mean...
Even if we purify them, they won't go back to their human form?
Yes, they are already dead. But if we don't purify them, their souls will retain their malevolence, drifting around aimlessly for all eternity.
As hellions who continue to prey on humans, you mean?
So purification is still a way to save them, right?
It is.
Okay. I know what I must do.
The entrance to the ruin's supposed to be really well hidden, right?
We better be extra diligent in our search. Alicia's cleared a suspicion, right?
You mean the suspicion that she was communicating secretly with the Roland's Empire?
Yeah. I heard that she got arrested for that.
It was probably just a false accusation to lure you into war.
Yeah, and we kept our promise. They have no reason to keep her detained.
I hope you're right.
But the situation is different than before.
Huh?
I'd imagine so. There was that clash with the Roland's Empire, you know?
So, if she'd seek peace with them in this situation...
It would only make things worse for her.
Too bad she's not the type to just sit patiently in times like this.
Alicia is part of the royal family. The Chancellor shouldn't be able to do anything so brazen.
I sure hope so. can't hold back if we don't win! They're way stronger than the ones we saw when we left the village.
This is a manic armor. It is said that they're strongest when the full moon is out.
Then now's our chance. We can take them on.
Take sweet dreams! Rising sick! Earthborn! Strong as the earth! Behold, radiant ruin! Earth revolution!
Looks like we win! Whoa! We're in Gramps' domain!
Gramps' domain is pretty strong.
Indeed.
Here.
Mushrooms! Are they safe to eat?
The ones closest to you are okay, but stay away from the ones in the back.
You got it.
Wow, how do you know all that?
It's just common knowledge.
This forest, it's so rich and abundant with life.
Yeah, that's the power of Gramps' blessed domain.
Oh, so it's Gramps' domain that makes it feel this way?
It's a sizable amount of power. Even among high-ranking Seraphim, there are very few on his level.
That's Gramps for you. Anyone comes by who's up to no good, they get zapped in the butt with lightning. Pow!
He can wield lightning?
Yep, he lights up the sky like fireworks.
I sure remember fireworks when it came to him and you.
Well, figuratively.
Oh, and that explains all the mushrooms.
Huh?
Oh, right! Where Monday's lightning strikes the ground, Tuesday's mushrooms will be found.
Aha! So we have Sorey to thank for this harvest.
Hey! No, it wasn't like that.
Unbelievable.
What's wrong?
Shh, it's nothing. Keep still.
Whoa, check out that beetle!
Be quiet! Don't you know what that is?
What is it?
An Aroundite stag beetle.
Is that good?
It's incredibly rare. Atlas beetles die within a year, but stag beetles can survive the winter months with a typical lifespan of 3 years. This one in particular has remarkable tolerance to cold. It can be packed in snow on all sides and still not freeze to death. Some have been known to last for over a decade. They were thought to have gone extinct 100 years ago or so. I've only heard them whispered in legend before today.
Whoa, neat! The phantom beetle!
Understand? So be quiet.
Right. Don't want it to get away.
It already did, while Deza was blabbing on and on about it.
It what?
Not that I can blame it. Gotcha, Gald.
How are you?
You stupid brats!
Whoa, what's this all about?
Don't you have something to say to me first? I don't remember raising a fool!
I'm sorry for leaving without telling you.
It's good to be home.
Nice to meet you. My name is Rose.
Well, in any case, I'm glad to see you're safe. The Lady Squire is welcome here as well.
You can tell that I'm a squire?
Of course I can. Sorey became the shepherd, and Mikleo is now a sublord, correct? Which would mean that the Prime Lord is the Lady of the Lake, then.
It has been a long time, Sir Zenris.
You don't have to say anything. History repeats itself. It makes the world go round.
True. but I still want to believe in them, and believe that they can bring forth a new future.
Well, I'm glad you've all found such a nice Prime Lord. Hey, by the way, did my pipe come in handy?
Oh, yeah.
Don't worry about the pipe, as long as it was useful to you.
But I'll give it back. I don't need it anymore.
Keep it for yourself.
Really, I'm okay. You know, I've grown up a lot through this journey.
Bratty as ever, aren't you? Please, take this with you.
Thanks, Gramps.
No, I should be the one thanking you.
Sorey, why don't we take a little break here?
Are you tired?
No, but it's a good idea to take a solid break to rejuvenate the soul.
Totes, let's do it.
Sure, I did want to chat with everyone in Elysia, too.
All right, we'll meet up later.
I wonder where Mikleo and Lailah went. What are you doing, Mikleo? Shh.
I see. Just as I thought, they...
Come on. Wait.
I'm so sorry. I wasn't aware of it and made the pact.
No. It was of their own decision that they made the pact with you. What they make of it will be up to them.
I'll support them with all I have, so that we won't repeat the same mistake.
Don't be so hard on yourself. There was nothing you could do for the previous shepherd.
Perhaps, but sometimes I can't help but wonder. Surely I could have done more than I did back then.
Everything is tied to their fate, and their fates are yet intertwined.
Yes, thanks to you, Sir Zenris.
No, you and those kids forged that bond. My role in this is done. All I can do now is worry about them.
There are times when things go awry, but their purity and virtue gives me hope. I want to accompany them on their journey. This time, there will be no regrets.
I see. Perhaps this is also how humans and Seraphim should coexist as a whole.
I'm glad I was able to talk to you.
And I with you. Please, take care of them.
Weren't they just talking about us?
Looks like it.
Why don't we ask?
Mikleo.
I guess we shouldn't eavesdrop on their conversation.
If Gramps has something to tell us, he'll tell us straight up.
Yeah, same with Lailah.
Lailah, How did you know Gramps?
Is Zenris his real name?
Yep. No one calls him that in Elysia, though.
I've met him before. Just once.
Weren't you guys having some sort of serious conversation? What was that?
A cheeky chimp chucked cheap chocolate chips in the cheap chocolate chip shop.
This again?
Since when did you know that Sorey and Mikleo were the old man's family?
Red leather, blue leather, yellow leather. Red leather, blue leather, yellow leather.
Come on, just tell us.
I don't need to know. Gramps wouldn't do anything to harm us. I'm sure.
But if we did something wrong, there'd be no telling how much hell we'd catch.
So you trust him?
Yep. As much as I trust Lailah.
You! Give up! We caught you red-handed!
Darn!
That voice!
It's a Hellion!
Purify him.
Yeah!
You need something, oh great shepherd?
Is it alright if I deal with this boy?
I'm afraid not. The only way to apprehend pickpockets is to catch them in the act.
But he's...
If you do the crime, you do the time. No matter how old you are.
This kid just wasn't ready for real-world consequences.
Hey, mister! Why don't you let Sorey have a talk with him before you take him away? Just a word from the shepherd might steer the kid toward the right path in life, better than any time in detention.
That would be pointless.
Come on, it won't do any harm. What, you got some problem with Sorey talking to this boy?
I never said that. It would simply be a waste of time.
You said this kid wasn't prepared to deal with the real-world consequences of his crimes. Are you prepared, mister?
What?
I'm part of a merchant crew that travels all over the world. You think I don't know why the pickpocketing problem is so bad?
I see. How much do you want?
Don't put me on your level. We Sparrow Feathers value our customers' trust. Sorey, we're taking this guy to jail too.
Like hell you are, you lying brat!
You will not lay a finger on her.
Shepherd!
Oh hey, stop! Wait! Sorey!
Go after him.
Okay.
If it ain't one thing.
Sorey, I'll go after them as well.
Please purify that boy.
Shepherd or not, I won't let you obstruct my duties! Guard, leave him alone! Even we can tell something about you stinks!
Yeah, what kind of guard are you?
You think we don't know what you're up to when our backs are turned? You dirty crook!
I think we're good here. Let's go after Rose.
Yeah, you're right.
We're heading after Rose, right?
Phew! You made it.
Is it over?
Maybe.
If it really bugs you that much, why don't you check up on it?
Well, how would we do that?
Let him lead us home.
Oh, so he wanders and we tail him.
That could work.
All right then. Sorey, Rose, you guys hide. I'll go wake him up.
Looks like they've made their decision. Are you okay with this, Lailah?
Well, as long as we only follow him.
Now!
Yeah! Don't you think he'll stop pickpocketing now? We purified him after all.
Not so sure about that. I've heard word of pickpocket gangs.
Oh, really?
We need to find out whether he was doing it on his own or with a group.
What did you mean by you knew why the pickpocketing problem is so bad?
The enforcers let him off a lot of the time in exchange for part of the takings. Then, when the guards need to hit their quotas, they round him up anyway. That's probably what that was about.
No way.
Look, he's going in.
A noble's manor.
It's clearly not his house.
I'm guessing a pickpocket gang then.
And so this must be their base.
Something tells me he's not gonna quit stealing.
Well, crap. Come on, we're not done yet.
Rose, it's unfortunate, but I'm not sure we should...
Lailah means that this is just a problem of human society.
Right. It might not be something a shepherd should get involved in.
Huh.
Sorry. If he's doing it by himself, I'd be okay letting him deal with the consequences. But if there's a gang forcing him to steal, it's a completely different story. I gotta check to make sure.
Yeah, I thought so.
I understand. Let's go check it out just in case.
You sure?
But no more than that. Understood? Sorey, Rose, even if you don't intend them to, the powers of the shepherd and the squire can greatly influence human society and the spirits of men. Please don't forget that.
All right.
We'll just watch and see who goes in and out.
Bored.
Who knew that we wouldn't see anything for days on end?
You all can go back to the inn. I'm staying here.
It's okay.
Shh. Someone's coming out.
It's a bunch of little kids.
Those kids? You think maybe they're not being forced to pickpocket?
We've come this far. Let's see this thing through.
Dezel?
You go follow those brats. I'll go check out the building.
Thanks.
Oh boy. Don't go for anything big, got it? Only money and jewelry and stuff.
Are they gonna have anything like that?
That shepherd guy did something, and now there's lots more people donating stuff to the sanctuary.
Oh, cool, that sounds fun. Priests won't be mean to kids, and if there's any real problems, we can always start crying. I'm good at that.
Hey, is this really okay?
It's okay if you're us and not them.
Is this what kids are like these days?
Dangerous times.
Those kids barely have any malevolence at all.
Children in their brutal honesty can be even crueler than corrupted adults, as you've seen.
Oh, Dezel. How was it?
The building was completely empty. Those scamps are probably just camping out there.
So then, those kids are acting on their own.
All right, it's snatching time.
Now that we know the score, do we want to report them to the guards and end this whole thing? After all, they're not Hellions. Let's tell the guards about it, and then put it all behind us.
Okay.
I can't do that!
Hey, Rose!
Darn it! What do you want? Look, I never did nothing.
We know all about what you're up to. Fooling the priests into thinking you're helpless orphans and then robbing them blind. You should be ashamed of yourselves.
Oh yeah? You got any proof?
This here is the shepherd. His word is good enough.
That's perjury! False witness!
Princess Alicia and the people of Lady Lake all trust Sorey. Because he's been living an honest life. How about you? Will anyone trust your word? Give it up, kid.
What else can we do? The adults all abandoned us. If we want to survive, stealing's our only choice.
Rose, maybe we ought to...
Come on, Sorey. Let's bring them to the guards.
But to think children their age could conceive of such wretched duplicity.
And the other children?
They were all caught by the guards and hauled away.
I see.
Those who commit crimes must be punished, even if they are children. It's the way the world works, but it still pains the heart.
Yeah. Hey, isn't this an Earthen Historia?
Oh, that was a donation from someone in the city. It looks rather rare and precious, so we've been unsure whether we should sell it.
Nice! Good call, Mr. Priestman.
Huh? Oh, thank you.
Father Brunor, we're actually collecting these.
You think we could have this? We'd pay for it, of course.
No, please, that's not necessary. If it's something the shepherd needs on his quest, by all means, please take it. I'm sure the donor would be overjoyed to know that their gift had been some help to the shepherd.
Thank you, Father Brunor. Wow, I never knew there were once so many shepherds, all using their purification powers on Hellions.
So the question is, why and how did they disappear?
What do you think?
If the existence of so many shepherds depended on Malevolence, then...
When Malevolence disappeared, so did all of them.
Isn't it too early to jump to conclusions?
Well, what other possibilities are there?
Maybe humans abandoned their faith in Seraphim to the extent that shepherds just ceased to exist.
Perhaps the large crowd of shepherds we saw was just a historical anomaly.
Maybe only people like Sorey can be shepherds, and there's just fewer nice guys in the world these days.
Huh. So there's plenty of other possibilities.
I guess that means we have to keep collecting information.
Yes, if you do that, you will surely arrive at your answer.
Thanks, everyone. I needed that.
You're okay with how it worked out?
It's better than ignoring it and spending the rest of your life wondering.
Yeah.
think that went pretty well. Hello. Is Alicia here?
Shouldn't you announce yourself? Or don't you have any respect for this family?
I'm sorry. My name is Sorey.
Sorey? Pardon my rudeness. The princess has spoken highly of you. She's out right now. We're not sure when she'll be back.
Work-related?
Yes, she's going after a suspect who's leaked information to the Roland's Empire. There definitely must be a spy going around, given the timing of their advancements.
Yes, even Alicia was under suspicion for it before.
Wow, the Princess of Highland would go so far as to do that herself?
No, it's supposed to be the military's job, but she's acting by herself. Saying that she had to stop a clash between the two countries.
But isn't she taking it a bit too seriously?
Ever since the Battle of Glaven, she's been pushing herself so hard.
That's very like her.
I'm worried. She behaves so recklessly when she's alone. She just headed out to a round-eyed forest to gather info about the origin village, Camlon.
Huh. Camlon, you say?
It's the village where the Age of Chaos started, I think. But it's just some legend.
Yes, she heard a rumor there were some clues in the depths of a round-eyed forest and headed out there.
So that's how she came to Alicia.
But her hunch was wrong. I've never heard of this origin village from Gramps nor the other villagers.
Yeah, I guess that's true. I'll take my leave. Please tell Alicia that I'll come visit again.
I think she's pushing herself as a princess.
Alicia's always been like that.
That's exactly why I'm worried.
Bunch of hopeless delinquents. Those street kids in Lady Lake.
Well, if society's abandoned them, I don't know. Is there any other way for them to survive besides a life of crime?
It is a sad era we live in.
Give me a break. If you have to do wrong to trudge onward, you do so knowing the burden of that wrong. You hide that dark shadow within yourself and keep pressing on. Those kids weren't like that. They just went astray.
Hey, don't look at me when you say that.
Rose, so those are the things you have to think about, huh?
I don't think, I just do. Ugh, let's stop talking about this.
You mean you're just spontaneous? That's awesome.
Yes. No matter the circumstances, it's up to each person to decide how she wants to live her life and for what she must be held accountable. But Rose understands that instinctively, without thinking. Very impressive.
Seriously, can we change the subject?
Maybe the experience of abandonment will get those kids to realize the importance of responsibility. Thanks to you guys pointing them in the right direction.
I hope so.
Yeah.
If it were that easy, the Age of Chaos would be over already.
Hey, you there. Take this to the inn.
You! This is all your damn fault!
Hurry up, kid.
All the grown-ups do is order us around, day in and day out. You call this saving us? Some shepherd you are. Screw you!
Looks like they've turned to honest labor now.
Yeah, but it did make us popular, that's for sure.
That's fine, as long as they're keeping out of trouble.
Sorey.
Don't move. You are under arrest for leaking confidential info.
Looks like Alicia came to the same conclusion.
What is the meaning of this?
I'm sorry, this is just a misunderstanding. Please take your leave, Princess. This is...
Don't make excuses. I found evidence of connections to Rowlands in this very residence. Renovations for Grifflet Bridge, order forms of military arsenal, unauthorized transactions for...
That is simply a reward for his support.
Support?
Logos is an important person who connected Rowlands and Highland through unofficial diplomacy.
What does that mean?
On the surface, diplomacy between Highland and Rowlands has been cut. He must have been negotiating with them on his own for some time in secret.
So then he's not a spy, but a liaison.
Meaning even with the war going on, there's been work done.
Such is politics.
This is a major problem. If the channel gets blocked, both countries will fight until they're both obliterated.
But no one ever told me anything about it.
Of course they didn't. Not to someone like you. I hope you're prepared to pay for your indiscretion.
In any case, we must change our strategy. We will be expecting your sincere apology at a later date.
Understood.
That was killer, Lailah. You were in perfect harmony.
He was quite skilled despite his youth.
Yeah, compared to him.
You've still got a long way to go.
Lailah, I wish I could go on a journey like that with you.
Sorey.
Excuse you, Sorey.
Huh?
Yes. This journey now is every bit as enjoyable as it was back then. Thanks to everyone here.
I wonder what happened to Alicia.
Let's go to her house.
Sorey, wait.
How did it go? Fortunately, we were able to prevent rumors from spreading. Though in the end, I did have to prostrate myself.
That must have been hard.
Don't worry, it's fine. I did go a bit too far after all. The Difta family has been surviving as a branch of the Imperial family. But my mother was born to normal citizens, and was later courted on a whim by my father. So everyone forgave me and assumed it was natural I didn't follow politics.
Milady!
And so... that's why I wanted to do the right thing. I wanted to gain acceptance from everyone in honor of my late father and mother. Was I wrong in the end?
I shall go fetch some more tea. Let's leave her alone just for a moment.
Right.
Being a princess sure sounds rough.
Nations and politics are like an entwined spiderweb full of people's desires. If you are too full of ideals, you'll be entangled in the web instantly.
But still, I don't want to say that Alicia's completely wrong.
Especially since we know the reason why she's been working so hard.
In times like these, Alicia's straightforwardness is a truly valuable asset. However, a sword that is too hard can break easily.
True, and besides, Alicia does make sound arguments.
Isn't that a good thing?
It's like, you know how if someone pointed out your wrongdoings, it really hits you? You'd probably get discouraged, or even snap.
They're only human after all.
Meaning that by pushing her sharp reasoning on others, it causes cognitive dissonance and turns people against her. So that's it.
Even though she's right, she's met with hostility. And she faces her challengers straight on, which in turn only brings forth even more hostility.
So that's why she worries so.
What a pain.
I'm sure it's tough on her.
However, I don't think Alicia's feelings are completely misguided. Though we may need to assess the situation to know for sure.
Alicia isn't the only one. I need to see for myself as well.
Sure is a lot of gold lying around out there.
This is it?
It hasn't been eroded by the waterfall at all. If it wasn't recently made, then that means...
It's using seraphic arts. This ruin must date from the Temperance of Avarost.
Correct. This is Lefay, the Shrine of the Trial of Water. It has been some time since we were visited by a shepherd.
I'm the shepherd Sorey.
I'm the Prime Lord, Lailah. You must be a servant of the Water Lord, Amanak.
Indeed. I'm Altol, the Protector Seraph who serves Amanak.
I'll get right to the point. What must we do to obtain the spiritual power?
My sword! Where? Where is my sword? Back!
Holy crap!
Swords?
There's something above.
That is Azura.
I've heard of him. A powerful Hellion sustained by rage and able to fight eternally without rest.
Is the trial to quell Azura?
No. To receive the spiritual power, you must find out the reason why Azura became a Hellion to begin with.
We can't just purify him? We have to know the reason?
If you truly are the Shepherd, you should know why that is important.
Right.
Psychotherapy, my favorite.
It isn't called a trial for nothing. I wish you luck.
The water trial. Guess it's my time to shine, huh?
You'll be fine. It doesn't technically hurt.
Technically.
What are those things? They look like eyes!
That's because they are eyes. I didn't realize arts like this were still alive.
That matter. Huh? It's a proverb. Could that relate to the number of legs they have? Its name says it all. 100 P. Isn't it wonderful? Can't you feel it?
Can't you tell us something helpful?
Blaze bang! The Dazzle Blast! Rise and rage, flames! Oh, holy fountain! I will smite evil!
Are you ready?
That's impressive!
Radiant Peak!
Blaze bang! Let's keep it up! Give us your blessing! Blaze sweet dreams! Blaze bang! Come forth!
You act on instinct way too much.
Oh? Did your instincts...
Hold back! I will win!
I don't know how to describe this one.
Darkened Eye. It's known for its artifacts.
It squirts things out from places. Deal with them later.
Quiver! Shake them up! Blow the current! Shake them up! Replicating giant! Shake them up! Rocks of protection! Eat this, sweet dreams!
Prepare yourself! Chain luminescence! Don't let up! Are you ready? Break it up! Rock
winner! Replicating giant! Echo step! Take this!
Go get him! Clear vortex!
Come on! Strike!
You shed the
Your
words shall make you
No escape! Freezing fracture! One on one! Wind blast! Scumbag! Be gone! How still? Freezing strike! It won't
down it!
Is this the diary of a shepherd?
A swordsmith suddenly visited by a seraph.
Is dangerous no matter how close you are to it.
So then what do we do?
Why don't you go figure it out?
Time to learn some humility.
Dragon Bang! Storm Rain! Rocks of Protection!
Are you ready?
Earth Pulse! Rocks of Protection!
Are you ready?
Eat this! Earth Pulse! Scrap Time! Eat this! Alright!
Are you ready?
Scrap Time! Shake up! Earth Pulse! Rocks of Protection! Not yet!
Are you ready?
Ravaging Giant!
Quite a fearsome fighting style.
Colossal Hellion blocks all water attacks.
But we can win if we attack its other weak points.
Are you ready? Earth Pulse!
Earth Pulse! Rocks of Protection!
Double
Mikleo?
You've been slacking off, haven't you?
I think that went pretty well.
Finished! Would you like some? Don't overdo it, Rose.
Let's go! Blue and surge! Rock trigger! Centric wind! Burn Crimson! Soul Tiger! Try this on! Dance, Embers! I command! Blaze Bang! Send it over! Right now! Heat barriers! Like it here! Are you ready? Glimmer Dragon! Blaze Bang! Tiger Blade! Dragon Fang! Soul Blade!
Let me tell your fortune. Please pick one.
More of the Shepherd's Diary?
Looks like it.
These traps aren't working. They're all busted.
Serves him right, the creepy eyeball things.
We can rest for a bit.
It'd be a miracle if they had been working. These date all the way back to the Temperance of Everost.
Here we go again. In English, that means...
So, the era known as the Temperance of Everost was when Seraphic civilization reached its peak.
A great many buildings and artifacts from those times were crafted using the power of Seraphic arts.
So the era of wiggy magic everywhere, basically. We're talking ages and ages ago?
Yeah, older than even Edna.
Sorey.
Yow!
It's thought that the Temperance preceded the era of the gods, but not a great deal is known for certain. Many vital records were lost during the age known as the Dark Period.
But these Shrines of Trials have preserved relics of things that could only have been made by Seraphim. They're precious evidence that the Temperance of Everost really and truly happened.
Even a bunch of weird-ass eyeballs can be a treasure if you've got the right mindset, huh?
Yeah. You can't fathom the true meaning of legends until you've seen their history with your own eyes, so to speak.
You look just like Maven when you say that.
Indeed, the face of a hopeless romantic.
A charitable way to say naive simpleton.
This probably doesn't suck.
Is everyone ready?
Be gone! No escape! Shadow shot! Dance, Ember!
Lancelot ranged attack.
Earth pulse! Rocks of protection!
Lightning strike!
Quiver!
Celebrate just
Shake 'em up! Monolithic current!
Storm of blazing rock! Glimmer drop!
Iron curtain!
Flare vortex! Whirling drop!
Be gone!
The
Now
whole
forward!
world! Flames of fury! Tinder!
Shake 'em up! Quiver! Earth pulse!
Sorey, how long have you known Dezel?
Huh?
Is this acceptable?
You think I could use that weapon?
Don't even try.
Why is a shepherd's diary in a place like this?
Can't be a coincidence.
our shepherd.
He's veered into a dangerous headspace.
What did you expect?
You were quite strong, but we're...
forth! The beast of war! Burn! Rend the darkness! Rise and raise! Flames! Earthborn! Ravaging giant! Iron Head! How's this? Shake them up! Monolithic current! Eat this! Iron Head! Yes!
Pretty good, right?
Ravaging giant! That rock! Fight the way! River and crap! Earth Shaker! Eat this! Iron Current Scrap Toss!
The kind that can work.
River and crap! Earth Shaker! Ravaging giant! Echo Septate! Be gone! Purification!
Left and right, up and down, throwing us every which way. Whoever built this shrine's a real piece of work.
Such meticulous design. He or she must have labored very diligently.
Correction. You're a real piece of work.
Could the owner of this diary be...
Azura!
Don't underestimate.
Ready? Rend the darkness! Shatter and fall to the earth! Earthborn! Iron! Shake them up! Rock the protection! Surging light! Rise!
Take 'em up!
Ravaging giant! Iron Head! Scrap Toss! Be gone! Ravaging giant! Cheers them up! Monolithic current! Eat this! Fortify! Ravaging giant!
Release my Rhapsody!
Ravaging giant! Iron Head! Dreams!
Get lost!
Take this! Battle together! Earth Pulse! Monolithic current! Ravaging giant! Iron Head!
Rain of fire!
It's take this! Eat this! Take this!
Break through!
Nice to be able to put my hair up with a barrette, right?
What's a barrette?
Do you think Maltran came here as well?
Even if she did, it wouldn't do her any good.
Only the shepherd has what it takes to get anywhere in a place like this.
A shepherd, or his antithesis.
Hey, you think Azura is really a Hellion?
Yes. I can feel its malevolence and domain.
Why? Do you think it's a fake or something?
Well, I mean, isn't it kind of strange? Why would they let a dangerous Hellion like that roam around freely?
Why would a protector seraph just leave it be?
Yeah, they're supposed to be powerful, high-ranked Seraphim, right?
It probably has to do with the trial. Protector Seraphim are given special tasks.
Sounds like a pretty convenient excuse.
Yeah, I can't say that it isn't.
You don't have to put it that way.
You should know too. Seraphim aren't exactly models of virtue.
They're not exactly heroes of justice either.
Well, that's...
Sold! You two sure sound so convincing when you team up.
As long as you got the gist.
Yep. If that's the trial, I'm up for it.
Is that Ashura?
This isn't it either! Where is it? Where is my sword?
His sword?
Is it normal for Hellions to attack each other?
I am the Shepherd! It is my job to defeat the Hellions!
So, Ashura is a shepherd.
A shepherd who became a Hellion.
Give it back! Give me my sword back! You stole my sword, didn't you?
Ashura is a Hellion of anger. The cause of this anger ought to be what made him a Hellion.
You mean because his sword was stolen?
No, there's more to it.
Give me my sword back, so that I may purify everything!
Ashura, you have to focus, Sorey. Bring him down with all your strength.
Sword has the power to cleave Malevolence!
Enough! We know that you want to help people.
Power to cleave Hellions, Chaos, and those filthy humans!
Humans? Oh no!
I shall destroy anything that summons Malevolence!
What does he want to do? Cut down the whole world?
That's the reason why Ashura became a Hellion.
Correct.
That voice!
This is the spiritual power of water!
Don't interfere!
Rising sands! Rock river! Earthborn! Strong as the earth! Behold, radiant ruin! Earth revolution!
Back! Altal!
He's trying to say something.
Give me my sword back! Altal!
Altal?
He's gone.
He was the shepherd long ago. Even if he was purified, his body has already deteriorated.
So his rage alone kept him going.
The problem is Altol. Do you think that he stole Azura's sword?
Let's go back and get the story from him straight.
If Azura really was the shepherd, then that makes Altol.
Yes, he was likely the Seraph who formed a pact with Azura.
Just like everyone else has with me? We've defeated Azura.
Much appreciated.
Are you who we think you are?
It is as you suspect. I am the Seraph who guided Azura to the way of the shepherd and used him as a vessel.
You stole his sword?
I did.
This is something special.
You can tell with one look.
This sword is made from a rare metal called mithril. It truly does have enough power to cleave the world.
Is that why you stole it and hid it?
Yes. I was probably the one he wanted to slay most of all. But I had no choice.
Huh.
He was pure to the core. And it was that shining purity that tore him apart with worry. And eventually, cost him his very soul.
That's why he made that sword. To cut down anything that would be corrupted by malevolence.
But I have no qualms about giving this sword to you. If you can learn to use it, it might aid you even more than the spiritual powers.
I'll pass. I already got a sword anyways.
Well said.
So you passed the trial of the spirit as well.
If you don't need it, I'll take it off your hands. We were meant for each other. My blade and I shall cleave the world.
Maltran?
Sorey, look closely.
No way! She's...
A Hellion!
I apologize for ignoring you back then, Seraphim.
So you really could see us?
What do you intend with the sword?
I shall cut down the world, just as Azura wished.
But why?
I should be asking you. Why don't you understand how Azura felt? Were we to erase this corrupted, chaotic world and all the humans in it, would that not rid us of malevolence once and for all? That is the clean, elegant logic of my master, the Lord of Calamity.
You're siding with him?
If Alicia knew about this...
How sad she'd be. Boo-hoo.
You've been using Alicia this whole time.
Ironically enough, to start a war, it is most effective to take a starry-eyed pacifist and get them all riled up over something. But now, everything is lined up for an all-out collision between Highland and Rollins. Our sad princess has outlived her usefulness!
This can't be.
Well, this is a fine pickle, isn't it? For a shepherd, I suppose reality is a far crueler trial than anything we could come up with.
Mikleo, Sorey seems off lately.
I think he's worried about Alicia. I wish it were as simple as telling him to stop.
True. I'm not sure there's anything we can do.
So the last spiritual power is wind, right? Yeah, cute.
It's not cute. Your stupid wind stirs up my allergies.
I'm worried about Alicia too, Sorey, but she'll be fine.
I agree. In any case, we have the spiritual power.
And Maltran is connected to the Lord of Calamity. If we stay focused on our goal, I'm sure we'll find a solution.
Right. How could Maltran do this?
There are Hellions in the Roland's Imperial family. It isn't all that strange to imagine Hellions amongst the Knights of Highland as well.
A hero in war is a Hellion in life, goes the theory. I guess we have more evidence for that now.
But who would agree with the thoughts of the Lord of Calamity?
It isn't really as strange as you make it sound. Azura himself was a shepherd, as you know.
And he thought the same way.
In order to save the people and to begin anew, he would destroy everything. It's a pitfall that can trap all humans who let Malevolence get the best of them.
Yes.
How am I gonna break it to Alicia?
Does she really need to know?
It might be worse for her not to find out at this point.
But Maltran said she no longer had any use for Alicia.
I suppose we ought to believe her. It wouldn't make sense for her to reveal her true self to us otherwise.
Seems to me the biggest issue is she'd been Alicia's rock through all this chaos, right?
Good point. If Alicia finds that out, not only has she lost her one pillar of support, but that pillar's been using her the entire time. She could fall apart.
That might be exactly what Maltran wants.
She's probably thinking she can get the war rolling for good by crushing Alicia's spirit.
What should I do? Guess that's that for the water trial. Barely.
But weren't we just cleaning up the mess that Altul made?
You don't have to say it like that.
Meebo, just tell us how you feel.
Well, I do feel a bit frustrated.
Right?
I think this is all just supposed to show us the worst-case scenario of what a shepherd could potentially become.
I thought so too.
So then, what were you going to do if Azura really didn't become a Hellion?
In that case, we probably would have been challenged by another Hellion.
Do you mean there are more shepherds who became Hellions?
In the long lines of history, many have.
I see. So that's why the trial is a test of one's spirit as well.
Yes.
If that's the case, then I'm convinced. You okay with that, Edna?
I'm fine, as long as it's a fair trial.
No fair.
You're definitely spirited, Edna.
Are you still up?
Yeah. I was just thinking about stuff and couldn't get to sleep.
Guess that means you finally hit puberty. Congrats.
This is your fault, Edna. Remember how you said there were two types of Seraphim?
Yeah, those who were born as Seraphim and those who became Seraphim.
So that means that humans can become Seraphim.
Exio and Pawan are like that. They used to be humans.
How do you go about doing it? Some sort of special training?
There's really no established method to be reborn. However, it is said that humans who are truly pure of heart will be reborn as Seraphim.
So the special training is just to achieve that pure heart, right? Maybe they'd be more pure if they became mummies or something.
When they get reborn, do they take the form of a baby seraph?
No. They appear as a seraph in their former human form.
But they lose all memories of when they were human.
Then wouldn't that make them a totally different person?
Basically. They're a seraph now, not a human.
But I've heard that their personalities, likes and dislikes, and even important memories get inherited from when they were human.
I see. Seraphim are intriguing beings.
Now that you mention it, I guess they are.
Which type are you, Lailah?
I'm sorry. I don't really remember.
It's really rude to ask a female seraph something like that, you know?
Really?
It's basically sexual harassment.
I'm so sorry, Lailah. I had no idea.
Actually, I've never heard of any such taboo.
Looks like if you were a human, you'd have what it takes to become a seraph, Mikleo.
Damn it, Edna.
Highland is moving closer to war day by day. No one will listen to me, no matter what I do.
Because you've been digging a hole, girl. You're stubborn as a mule, but even so.
I won't give up. The strength of a knight exists to protect, and their kindness serves the people.
You never change.
Sorey, how are the ruins in Lake Haven Heights?
Well, you know, I did obtain the spiritual powers.
Wonderful. Though it's a shame, you just missed meeting my master.
Alicia, I needed to tell you about...
Maltran taught me the way of the spear at a young age. When I train with my master, I feel so invigorated. I don't enjoy all the scratches I get, but it's only because I lack experience.
What kind of person is she?
Well, she's kind of like a mother to me, but she doesn't like me saying that, says she's too young. But she taught me martial arts and the way of the knighthood when my mother died. I was only 7. I owe her much.
Alicia...
Though I fear I rely on her a bit too much.
That's not true.
I'll try to convince the chancellors. I do everything I can.
Are you sure you don't want to tell Alicia the truth about me?
Well, at least you have a sparkling personality.
You really are a pillar of support for her, you know?
That's it? You decided not to tell her just because of that? You're weak, as both a knight and a shepherd.
She's of no use to you now, right? Why don't you just leave her alone?
I'm interested, that's all. Of what will become of the foolish princess, who would needlessly turn herself into a martyr for her country.
I know Alicia will see it through.
Do you really think so? You really don't, do you? After all, you don't even think she has the strength to withstand the truth about me.
Shut up! As long as we take care of it before she knows, everything will be just fine.
No need to rush. The tables will turn soon enough. All is according to his plan.
Are we not able to tell Alicia the truth about Maltran? Because we can't actually believe in Alicia, even when we really want to?
She's just trying to provoke you.
Let's keep it a secret.
Are you sure?
Yeah, I agree. It appears harming Alicia is not part of her grand plan anyways.
Then I have no objections.
Rose, you agree too, right?
You sure told her off.
Sorey looked like he was done with her, so I just took it from there after she started talking smack.
To be honest, I'm scared to tell Alicia the truth about her master.
Alicia really trusts Maltran, more than any one of us can imagine.
Do whatever you want. But if you do face off with her, don't hold back. Otherwise, you'll die.
Yeah, I know.
Don't get so serious. It'll be fine. Come on, stay psyched up.
Right. That sniper thing sure looks fun. How cool!
You sure are stuck on fun, huh?
Tiger Blade! Dragon Fang! Sonic Fury! Sword Flare! Rise and Rage, Flames! Shadow Shot! Come forth! Beast of Water! Aqua Burn! Rise and Rage! Mikleo! Blood Moon! Train on, everyone! Let's
You sure work hard.
The Cobra is one of the stronger snake hellions.
They use straight linear attacks. Sidestep to dodge.
What a formidable opponent!
Ready, Mikleo? Dragon Fang! More to the water! Tower, hang on, everyone!
Well, that's a wrap. Get ready! Are you ready?
But they can still suck our blood, right?
Good question. They sure can, especially those in the front.
Torch Speed Carbide! Carbide! Right! Let's protect Red! Carbide! Sweet dreams! Torch Speed Carbide!
Purification complete!
swing your sword around and win.
The stone pillar. I wonder if it's related to the practice of human sacrifice.
Such a waste. Why would any seraph be pleased by the death of a human?
I wouldn't want the life of a foul human even if it were served up on a golden platter.
They go on about offerings and salvation and such, but really all these weaklings want is an escape.
Dying as an escape?
When the future seems bleak, sometimes death starts to look mighty attractive, especially in this age of chaos.
Yet, offering one's own life up in hopes of helping others could be considered the polar opposite of malevolence.
You're calling these sacrifices noble and pure?
Well, I don't mean to say that what they do is right, but...
Neither attitude is one I want to endorse, frankly.
And at the same time, you can't say either one is wrong, can you?
I guess that's the nature of reality. Complicated.
Get ready! Are you ready?
Move on! Hold on, everyone! Dark Star! Sweet dreams! Go! Whirlwind Swap! Not yet! Twin! Violent Attack! Dark Star! Not yet!
Are you ready? Right on!
Violent Attack! Not Spear! Knock this time!
Purification complete!
Enemy spotted, Lailah!
You were quite strong.
Look at that. A precarious perch indeed.
You see something?
There's a nest up on the cliff. I think I even see baby birds.
Probably a sylph eagle.
Even in the most inhospitable realm, life finds a way.
It's a struggle for them to be sure, but the cliff face also functions like a castle wall, keeping the eaglets safe from predators. And the wind may beat at them constantly, but it also lifts their wings to reach splendid heights. If you're a sylph eagle, it might be far from the worst place to live. What?
Oh, I just thought it was nice. A friendly chat with you is so rare.
Just felt like it is all. Probably the wind's fault.
It's a fine wind. Without it, no eagle could soar.
Dark Star! I need a hand! Don't push yourself, Lailah! Torrent Spear! Knock it down! Torrent Spear! Don't push yourself, Lailah! Violent Protection! Carve my back! Freezing Strike! Other section!
Lightning Strike!
Healing Power!
Protection!
Oh, holy water! Lord of Water! Earthborn! Electric Attack!
Blistering? We're survivors, no matter the odds.
Guess we should do this. Can I take it? Hold on! Hold on! Can I take it? Time for your embrace. Can I take it? Special delivery. What the hell? Time for your... Things are getting heavy. This is for you. There's a barrier. Can I take it? Things are getting heavy. Have a safe flight. Things are getting heavy. Here I go. Show 'em what for. Things are getting heavy. Here I go. Know your place. Don't mess with me. Don't get full of yourself. Things are getting heavy. Things are getting heavy. Don't mess. Things are getting heavy. Things are getting heavy. Time for your embrace. Finally. Things are getting heavy. Time for your embrace. Finally. Things are getting heavy. Down! And stay down. Terrifying! Have a safe flight. What the hell? Things are getting heavy. Here I go. Special delivery. Have a safe flight. Take a hike. Once you deal with that, idiot. Can I take it? Special delivery. Take a hike. Don't get bullied. Know your place. See you next month, loser. Go back to sleep. Things are getting heavy. Show 'em what for. Special delivery. Have a safe flight. Hold on. Can I kick it? Special delivery. Time for your embrace. Finally. Can I kick it? Can I kick it? Time for your embrace. Finally. Can I kick it? Special delivery. Have a safe flight. Can I kick it? Let us know. Don't get full of yourself. Can I kick it? Things are getting heavy. Get out! There's a certain beauty in winning this way. Grunts are just grunts, venomized or not. Take a hike, you monsters. Wear sunscreen. Stay hydrated.
I don't get it.
That's because you don't know proper hiking safety.
You're being weird. That much I get.
Even if they were grunts, it still must have been tough battling them by yourself. Good job, Edna.
It's nothing. Grunts aren't tough by definition. But feel free to maintain your entirely unnecessary concern for me.
Yeah.
Haven't tried it myself, but I'm sure it's tasty.
Gravity rolls everything!
Multi-roll! Get lost! Not yet!
Cross trigger! Time you learn some Gravity rolls everything!
Tower of Blood!
Purification complete!
I like your moxie.
It's honored how we attack first, then
Multi-roll! Crimson Cross! Hang on, everyone! Right through! Hang on, everyone!
Right on!
Blood Moon! Crimson Cross!
You sure work hard.
No. I like your moxie.
Are you ready? Be careful of October's jump attack! Isn't that kind of like the month of October? Good point! Let me explain it to you. Maybe later. Like, a lot later.
Sorey, is your sword style self-taught?
Yep.
protect everyone!
Multi-ball! Get lost! No escape!
Your words will make you fall!
Greater bomb! Multi-ball! Get him! Go for it! Drop that! Ignite, please! Get lost! Drop them! Ignite, please! Blood moon! Not yet! No escape!
I mean, I used to be pretty okay at making food.
I made some snacks.
How's this for a start?
Looking for a fight?
Are you ready?
Found it.
Hellions are very resilient. Be careful. Tiny words of humility. Trap them! Not that fast! Way to fall through it! Stutter and fall to the earth! Way to fall through it!
You sure work hard.
No, compared to what
Can't hold back! I can rattle the wind!
Arts are effective on Christmas dragons.
Drop them!
The locust dragons run flames for us!
Burn! Burn away! Not yet!
I mean, I used to be pretty okay at making food.
Sure is a lot of gold lying around out there.
Strong!
Ready? I can jump really high.
Hang on, everyone! Rocks of protection! Sweet Monolithic current! Ripping giant!
That was radiant, Edna!
Suppose I could learn from your level of reserve.
Is this acceptable?
Stand strong! I command! Be gone!
Earthborn! Beat the crap out of it. can't just swing your sword around and win.
Splendid job, Sorey.
Let's keep it up.
Looking for a fight?
Are you ready?
Blade
bang! Bitch out of black! Rise your rage, please! On fire! Get lost! Get them! It's right! Get on, everyone! Break through! Break through! Not yet! Sweet dreams!
Ready? Prepare yourself! Chain luminescence! This is your weapon! Burn away!
We won't lose to you!
Looking for a fight? Found it.
Whoa! That troll looks like a boss.
How astute of you. That's actually a boss troll.
If it's called a boss, it must be a boss.
That's what I was saying.
Blood moon! Drop them! some! Aim and fire! Here goes! Say zero! Restraint bang! Open the way forward! Aim and fire! Blue flurry! Azure assault! Blue flurry! Ocean blitz! Burst! Breakdown! Azure assault! Blue flurry! Ocean blitz! Azure assault! Blue flurry! Ocean blitz! Tiger blade! Tiger blade! Let's give it up! Sword rain! Tiger blade! Mono flurry! Can't end! Safe zero! Blistering bang! Open the way forward! I need a hand! Aim and fire! Here goes! Binding vortex! Safe zero! Here goes!
Rising Sam!
Safe zero!
You're pretty much screwed.
Edna, be careful! Aim! Fire! Blistering bangs! Open the way forward!
Continuing!
Safe zero! Blistering bangs! Binding vortex! Aim and fire! Here goes! Open the way forward!
Rising Sam!
Aim and fire! Blistering bangs! Binding vortex! Blistering bangs! Safe zero! Blistering bangs! Open the way forward! Aim and fire!
Brother protection!
Safe zero! Blistering bangs! Now's my chance! Aim and fire! Blistering bangs! Binding vortex! Safe zero! Here goes! Aim and fire!
What a formidable opponent!
Okay, I am not cool with the size of that rat.
It's a ruin. Rats happen.
They're a sign that you're doing real archaeology.
You're okay with rats?
Rats don't bark.
I don't care if they howl at the moon. I just want them to stay, rat-sized. That one just now, I swear it could feed a family of 4 for a week.
Feed a family?
Rats are often carriers of disease. You ought not to rely on them as a source of nutrition.
It was a joke! Do I need to stick an asterisk on everything I say?
That's brilliant. the ruins collapse and we're trapped inside, we can use rats as emergency rations.
I promise you it was a joke. I don't want to die of the rat shivers.
Let's just focus on not getting trapped in the ruins in the first place, all right?
Whoa. Check out how high that tower goes.
It's quite old, even for a ruin. I'd wager it's from before the era of Asgard.
Figures. This is where the Trial of Wind is located. The wind definitely feels different here.
Yeah.
Huh? That's a person! Lukheim Yerlin!
Don't let your guard down. Something's coming.
Huh?
Dullahan, a headless warrior who brings death.
And he's not alone.
That's...
Zavid! Planning to kill again, are you?
Naturally. Didn't I tell you? My way is to put the Hellions back in hell.
What was that?
Now get out of my way.
I'm not moving. I won't let you do it!
Sorey, the Hellion!
Hold it. How do you intend to kill the Hellions?
Introduce me to your pretty young lady friends, and maybe I'll tell you.
Don't screw with me.
Well, well, Mr. Shepherd. Looks like you've had a nice influx of eye candy. Your pure and virtuous act even charmed our feisty Edna.
I'll make your eye into candy. This guy's a seraph?
You certainly haven't changed.
If that's the case, then you know what I'm about to do next. Don't you, Edna?
Wait, what? You're going to fight us? What's the point?
I don't need you lot butting in every single time. I don't waste my bullets. Time for Professor Zavid to give you a lesson in ass-whooping.
We can quell the Hellions without you having to kill them! Please, listen!
That ain't the point, Sorey. If someone gets in the way of me doing my thing... I use this to solve the problem! That's how I roll! Gale force now, come on! Show me what you got!
Zavid, listen to me!
Not this time, pal! Save it!
Blue flurry! Breakdown! Just focus on that. Save Zero! Here goes! You're gonna get bit! Open the way for
What the hell is that power of his?
Does it come from that thing he was using earlier?
Still no clue, huh? Figures.
Keep Geo, over here! Binding Vortex! Geoshock! Here goes! Binding Vortex! Binding Vortex! Too close!
Air pressure!
Here goes! Open the way forward! Don't flag on the fence!
Hey, why don't you...
Blistering Bang! Open the way forward! Aim and fire! Blistering Bang! Binding Vortex!
Gravity rolls everything!
Blistering Bang! Open the way forward! Say Zero!
Heal my kill!
I need a hand! Here goes! Open the way forward! Say Zero! Here goes! Open the way
I
forward!
shouldn't mount off if I'm not gonna fight for real.
Then let's stop this already.
As if. The fun's only started.
Board of water! My foe is ahead! The vortex follows you!
Is it over?
Who knows? Can't let your guard down with this one.
He's not moving. Maybe we overdid it, but it's not like he gave us a choice.
Can't listen to any more of this. All this talk makes me sound like I lost this one. Sheesh, settle down. I don't plan on wasting any more energy.
Hey, didn't you have a Hellion you wanted to kill?
If you guys can't quell it, then yeah.
Thanks.
Wait! How are you able to kill Hellions without the help of the Armatus?
Hey, you became Lailah's sublord, right? Shouldn't that make it so you don't have to kill anyone? Making them disappear should be plenty for you.
I don't need your lectures!
Whoa, easy. This is a tool that fires energy. This thing gives me the power to stand against Malevolence. At the cost of my regular self.
Zavid, what are you...
Can we talk about this some other time, your shepherdness? If we do it now, I suspect we'll just wind up locking horns again.
When are we ever going to have a chance to talk?
I don't think I'll ever get that guy.
He's a pretty complicated guy, all right. But I don't think I quite hate him.
He's certainly fascinating.
But hey, Dezel, what were you so mad about?
Dunno.
Oh, come on! Don't be like that! Tell me!
Cut it out!
All right, let's do what we came here to do.
Yeah, I'm definitely concerned about the person who fell and that Hellion that ran up the tower. Let's get climbing.
I'm alive? Then I'm not even worthy to be a sacrifice to the Earth Spirits. Not even worthy of their salvation.
This guy threw himself off?
There's a tradition of human sacrifice around here. The tower must be a convenient spot for it.
Ridiculous. What a twisted religion.
There's no meaning in self-destruction. The Seraphim do not wish for such things.
But I'm absolutely positive that I saw the messenger of the gods. I knew then with great certainty that I was being summoned.
You saw it?
In rare cases, extreme spiritual experiences can open one's eyes to the world.
Looks like his are closed back up, though.
What you saw brings only disaster, to humans and Seraphim alike.
Right. If we hadn't saved you, never mind salvation, you would have given strength to a great evil.
Who are you?
I'm Sorey.
Say hello to the shepherd and his posse. Hey, thanks to us, you didn't go splat even a little bit. What more proof do you need?
I think he's still in shock.
Let's just leave him alone. He's not related to our goal here.
So what's the plan?
Please, just stop trying to sacrifice yourself. No more jumping off the tower. That's not what the Seraphim desire. I promise.
Let's go.
The Roland's Frontier Patrol is just a stone's throw from here. They can guide people back to town. Why not take them up on it?
It's all crumbled.
Not a problem for us.
But it's so high up. If we got up there and then got stuck, getting back down would be even worse.
I'll say.
And if that Hellion were to attack us on those skinny steps with no room to maneuver...
You just want to see the tower's inside, you big ruins nerd.
Let's go through the entrance like normal folk.
Man, Zavid sure is hard to grasp.
Yeah, he's a real joker for a seraph.
It's nearly impossible to read his words or actions.
Lailah, tell us what you know about him.
I don't know about that.
Zavid, the Hellion Hunter. Quite the hot topic lately. His purpose seems to be fighting the Hellions, but who really knows?
Edna, you knew him, didn't you?
Kinda. He comes by Rayfalk every once in a while. Not sure why, though.
So in the end, we only know that he's still a mysterious seraph.
By the way, Dezel, you and Zavid have a really similar fighting style. I wonder if that's some sort of clue as
The hell should I know? My skills are what I've honed for myself. That's all.
Okay.
Damn. Why does he get to me like that? What rich malevolence?
It may be small for a dragon, but it's still a dragon.
This is small. I'd hate to see a big one.
If we can't beat this, we'll never defeat a real dragon.
Sleeping dragon! Burrowing dragon!
I don't feel so hot.
Let's just get out alive!
What an odd ruin.
Definitely feels like the place for a trial.
This is supposed to be a trial? Pathetic. Wendy is a powerful Hellion with strong wind mana.
What is up with all these friggin' wind monsters?
Other than its art, it can produce tornadoes. Be careful.
Don't let up!
Sweet! Crimson Cross! Blood Moon! Pull together! Trap them! Don't get restless, Dezel! Sweet dreams! No escape here!
I'm not done yet!
Whoa! Tower of Blood! I need a hand! Rain of Fire! Hang on, everyone!
Right on!
Get lost! Trap them! Crimson Cross! Rain of Fire!
What a formidable opponent!
What rich malevolence?
Failure!
Let's just get out alive!
I'll handle this, Rose.
Great moving statue!
It's just just an imitation, but its attacks are the real deal.
Let me tell your fortune. Please pick one.
No thanks.
Choosing not to choose means you're a short fuse type.
That's fortune-telling?
Guess there's no one but the shepherd who can get past this.
It's probably the weird majesty of the tower that's made it an object of people's worship.
Mix that with the tradition of sacrifices, and you get folks flinging themselves from the top.
Even though not a soul really wants that for anyone.
I need you, Dezo!
Tiger Blade! Let's keep it up! Breakthrough!
That's what the shepherd can do!
Martial arts talent. Watch it carefully.
Kinda hard to dodge when they're so close. Purification complete.
Words will make you vulnerable!
Steering gale!
Beams are extremely powerful. Nice to be able to put my hair up with a barrette, right?
Purification complete!
spinny mist thing sure gets the job done.
It's the wind trial, after all.
There's a certain beauty in winning this way.
Finally as high up as that weird-looking thing.
What could it be? It sure doesn't look like anything made by human hands.
Yeah. With that there, it starts to make sense how people came to worship this tower the way they do.
I doubt it. Ordinary humans could never make it up this high inside. It has to be the tower's outward appearance that caused it.
Who cares? The point is, we're nearly at the end, right?
I don't know about that.
I think we're maybe about halfway up.
Seriously?
You out of steam?
No, I'll be fine. Thanks.
I wasn't really worried or anything.
Bzzz. Fail.
Fail what?
Hey, Meebo, show an example.
What? Why me? And wait, example of what?
Bzzz. Lailah.
Huh? Well, it's okay if you get lost. Just sit back and leave everything to the official Dazzle Windrush. That distant cliff can be underfoot in the blink of an eye with the official Dazzle Windrush. But wait, that's not all. Buy now and get this handy bonus Dazzle absolutely free. A 500 gold value, free for this limited time offer.
Hey, only 500 gold? I mean, wait, what the hell are you talking about?
That. You should have done that. Saved everyone all the trouble.
I don't... What?
Dazzle's such a patient playmate. Look at him, putting up with all of Edna's nonsense.
Hey, as long as everyone's having fun.
Trust me, Dazzle. I know how you feel.
That spinning mist thing really does get the job done.
It's the wind trial after all.
Totally gets the job done, that spinning mist thing.
It's the wind trial after all.
Dazzle, you realize she's not going to stop unless you say something else, right?
You ready, Sorey?
Look out and go ball flare! Let's keep it up!
Healing circle!
Tiger blade! Let's keep it up!
Not this time!
Go! Blood moon!
Leave it to
Get
me!
lost!
Drop that! Bow and stick! Molten wall!
Radiant heat! Release! Release my rhapsody! Get lost! Drag
It's not often you see a seraph using a staff like a club.
That's what the shepherd can do.
You were just waiting for me to pick you up, weren't you? Do we really need to do this?
Unleash your wings!
That did it! I need a hand! Lord of Water! Lord of Water! Open the way forward! Open the way forward! Aim and fire! All together! Blinding vortex! Open the way forward! State zero! State zero! Don't flag on the State zero!
formidable opponent!
Never have I seen anything get the job done more than that spinny mist thing.
It spins the mist, after all.
Whoa, Dazzle! You actually put some effort into it. Good job.
Don't think about it too much. Just go with the flow.
All this fighting sure makes me...
Should do this.
Tiger Blade! Dragon Fang! Tiger Blade! Yeah! Hang on, everyone! I will protect Torrance! Be a Dark Star! Strike! Dark Star! Knock this guy! Torrance with some fellowship! Knock this guy! Dark Star! Knock this guy! Carve my path!
Trigger!
Whirling Slash! I will protect Torrance! Be Dark Star! Dark Star!
Air pressure!
Whoa! What in here? Blade Fang! Dragon Fang!
Corpse is going to heaven!
Dark Fang!
Star! Shining mirror! Fall to the earth!
Beast Thunder! Tiger Blade! Let's keep it up! Sword Ray!
Fall to the earth!
Break off! Beast Thunder! This isn't over! Blade Fang! Frigid Moon! Don't get caught! Yeah!
You know, you're pretty mature, Rose.
Coming from you, I'm not sure how to take that.
What now, Edna?
And you're such a kid.
What a formidable opponent!
You ready, Sorey?
Sword flare! More to win! I need a hand! Razor vortex! Gale Bang! Whirlwind slash! Razor vortex! Go! Swerve! Watch the reckless tension! Who's up? Don't fire! Open the way forward! Blistering Bang! Open the way forward! Sweet dreams! Here it goes! Open the way forward! Open the way forward! Shake Zero! Break on through!
Take this!
Here it goes! Open the way forward!
What a formidable opponent!
Here, it's fresh from the oven.
Hey, Madeline's! Thanks, Dezel.
No need to thank me. Eat up.
Okay. Hey, Dezel, these taste really similar to the ones I make. Why is that?
Who knows? It's a coincidence.
Do coincidences like that even exist?
You seem to be bothered about something. What's wrong, Rose?
It's It's not a big deal, but how Dezel makes madeleines is really similar to how I make madeleines. I wonder why.
It must be a coincidence.
Is it really? Isn't it strange how even our secret ingredient, orange juice, matches?
It's common knowledge among skilled madeleine makers to use orange juice as the secret ingredient.
What?
It's not only limited to madeleines. Each kind of sweets has its own ideal ratio of secret ingredients to put in. If you want to master the art of cooking, it's very important to assess the ideal secret ingredient.
Okay.
Never thought Dezel would have been so knowledgeable about sweets.
Welcome, young shepherd.
It has been some time, Shepherd Wardell.
Indeed it has, Lailah.
Is this Seraph a shepherd?
I was several hundred years ago.
So just like Exio, huh?
Enough chit-chat. This isn't what we're here for.
I assumed as much. Young Seraph of Wind.
Dezel.
Dezel, this tower in and of itself constitutes the trial. In other words, once you reach its top, you have cleared it. The rest depends on how I feel about you then.
Sounds like there's a catch.
I bet it has something to do with the sacrifices and the Hellion we met at the entrance.
A sharp observation indeed. Now then, head on up to the platform at the top. There shall I see your mettle for myself, O young shepherd and his friends.
Someone's there.
Where's that headless Hellion?
Hang on!
Get away from me!
Why are you looking to make a sacrifice of yourself?
I have to die. There's no other way. I killed someone. The man who was exploiting my family. For that reason, people who didn't even know us would curse at our family, throw rocks at us. I only did what I did to preserve my family's happiness, but it's brought nothing but more pain. The legends say that if I throw myself from here as a sacrifice to the gods, then I might have a chance of absolving myself and of restoring my honor. It is my only hope for salvation. If the prospect of life promises nothing but suffering, then better I die.
Enough. Let her go, Sorey.
What?
She regrets dirtying her hands for the sake of her family. Seeking restoration of her honor. All she wants is someone's approval. She doesn't even think that she's to blame.
What's gotten into you, Dezel?
Nothing.
A Hellion's domain!
Damn!
Dezel!
Rose! Mikleo! Stop that headless bastard!
Okay, got it.
So no need for me this time?
Let's leave it to them, Edna.
Dezel?
You want to die? Then why are you hanging on so tight?
Dezel!
Eyes on the prize, you headless freak!
There are plenty of times when I've wondered if I truly did the right thing. We all have. That feeling of loneliness, it can drive you crazy. But the idea that sacrificing yourself will erase your sins, it's a fallacy. Killing yourself means nothing to the Seraphim.
But
You worked so hard to protect your family. Do you want to leave them all alone? For the sake of a sacrifice that has no meaning at all?
I don't want to die.
Keep struggling. That's the fate of all with blood on their hands.
I know I sound pretentious, but my friends tell me I need to stop trying to bear everything by myself too. We all need our families. If you work together, I'm sure you'll find some way out.
I'll try.
But your trial is not over.
That's right.
We still gotta stop him!
So this is what became of all those sacrifices.
A warped idol, born of a warped religion.
You're gonna be all right. Can you stand up?
Are you the shepherd?
I'm called Sorey.
Then are the gods, are the Seraphim with you?
Yes, a wind seraph accompanying me named Dezel is the one that saved your life.
Hey, keep me out of this.
Oh, thank you so much, Seraph Dezel. Really, truly, thank you, thank you. I promise that I will live bravely from now on. I'll look in my soul and find a way to believe in myself.
Aw, he's embarrassed.
We still have a bit more business here. Think you can get back down by yourself?
Yes, I'll be fine. I'll have someone from the Frontier Patrol take me back to town.
Yeah, good idea.
Somehow it all worked out.
You have shown me not only your strength, but your spirit and bonds as well. You are more than qualified to receive the spiritual power of wind.
You speak of spirit? Bonds?
Surely you have noticed, Dezel, that which is attached to your being at this very moment. It is not something that you should deny. You felt the voices of your companions and acted of your own will without any need for words.
Are we done with this yet? Get it over with.
Do you have something against developing true friendships? Why?
There's something very important that I have to do. You should have picked up on that by now.
And it is with true friendship that many obstacles may be surmounted. That you have reached this shrine, overcome the trial, and now stand here at this very altar serves as testament of that fact. Now then, let us offer a prayer. To the young wind seraph, and also to the young shepherd. What awaits you on the path ahead, none can say. Heartbreak, redemption, endless possibilities. Never lose the guiding light that will lead you safely to the end of your journey.
Yes.
Light, huh?
So then, Shepherd Sorey, may the light shine always on your journey.
Thank you, Wardell.
How you feeling? Okay?
Yeah. I just wanted to thank you.
Huh?
Dezel, you mustn't push yourself too hard.
Hey, at least you got to do something out there.
There's no need to stay here. Let's go.
Are you all right? The power isn't affecting you, is it?
I'm fine, but thanks for worrying about me.
We've obtained all 4 spiritual powers. Think we're ready for Heldolf?
Well...
No way to tell until we try, right?
Yeah, but first, we gotta track him down.
How? He hasn't exactly been mailing us postcards.
We know where he was. Why not start there?
The battlefield. Works for me. found quite a few discovery points.
Exploring ruins is all well and good, but you have to be careful when getting sidetracked like that.
Really?
If you don't look properly at where you're going, you might turn the corner and bump into someone.
That's when you gotta use that fancy footwork of yours. Take a quick back step.
Actually, Rose, it would be most appropriate to sidestep in that situation.
Yeah. And then, if you could coordinate it with other battle actions, then you could easily increase the stun rate.
That'd be a pretty sad scenario for whoever you bump into. We've collected quite a few anomalous orbs.
You mean those orbs you get from mutant Hellions?
If you possess these orbs, you will be able to manifest powers beyond your ability. But there's also the risk of turning into a horrible monster.
Then wouldn't it be better to throw them away or break them?
It's fine for now since I've sealed its powers, but it's nevertheless something that can have a baleful effect depending on how it's used. And moreover, breaking them will cause malevolence to spread over the entire area.
So in conclusion, it's a good idea to pick these up as we go to avoid further problems, right?
Yes, but mutant Hellions are incredibly strong. If you ever find yourself in a tight spot, remember that there's no shame in escaping.
Got it.
We worked so hard to obtain the spiritual powers and all, but there's no way of telling if we can really win.
That's reality. And there's always luck involved in battle as well.
I know that, but still.
But his domain is less of an obstacle now, thanks to the spiritual powers.
It might be a trap set by Kittybeard, though.
How about saying something a little more positive for once?
You know, precautions like these may determine the outcome of the battle.
Oh, the power to perceive the truth.
Ever the skeptic, aren't you?
We did gain some experience through the ordeal. Why don't you try saying something positive?
We need to trust them, Mikleo. Believe in yourself and your fellow comrades.
Don't get so worked up. I'll help you out.
Dazzle.
Thanks. We're gonna be counting on you.
Don't mention it. You are helping me get my revenge, after all.
This probably doesn't suck.
Delivery confirmed. You Sparrow Feathers definitely know how to secure quality goods. Now, about our next order.
Sorry, but something else has come up, actually. We hope to do business with you again, though.
Felice, Telfrin.
Boss, what perfect timing.
Work?
Yeah, we got...
Hey!
We got something we should discuss elsewhere.
Come on over here.
All right.
We were approached by a secretary from the Roland's government. It looks like a job offer.
What?
Is this secretary the steward to the Emperor?
That's right. Plus, we got some juicy info, too. It seems that the Queen of Roland's is making moves to adopt the child of her late brother.
Interesting. The current emperor is the son of the previous one, but the queen wasn't the mother.
Right. And she once conspired with her own son in an attempt to shift the line of succession to him. You remember how that all worked out. You can bet the secretary hasn't forgotten either.
Sounds fine. I'll handle it.
You're taking the job? You realize this client is our sworn enemy.
Remember the creed of the Scattered Bones. If the job itself is a necessary one, it doesn't matter who the client is. That's what we stand for, isn't it?
I suppose it is. Gosh, boss. I don't know what we'd do without you.
And that's why I'm the boss.
Anyway, how should we approach the client?
We'll sneak into Pendrago Castle.
Seriously?
The client's probably too skittish to come meet with us personally, and a proxy won't do it all. I need to judge the client for myself.
Got it. If we're headed for the castle, I better call up everyone.
Don't worry. I'm going with her. There are some things that Shepard can't ignore.
Huh?
You sure? Is this okay, boss?
Rose, it's looking like the Imperial family has somehow gotten mixed up with Hellions.
We should go by ourselves.
Talfrin, Felice. We'll go by ourselves. It'll be easier to get around that way.
All right. Take care out there, boss.
Sorey, you watch over our boss now. You hear?
Will do.
I feel kinda guilty, getting you all wrapped up in the affairs of the Scattered Bones.
It's really okay. I should be there for you. All the more so if Hellions might be involved.
Finally, it's time. Let's get going to Pendrago.
Tezel, you're really going through with this?
Better late than never.
What's this about?
You don't need to know.
Oh, come on! Just tell me!
Hey, cut it out! Get the hell off me!
What an adorable couple.
Hey, can it, Pixie? Let's get moving.
Tezel, are there really Hellions in the Roland's Imperial family?
You're slow to catch on. Go see for yourself.
Hey.
Yes, Sorey, I know.
It's cool, guys. I love being kept in the dark.
Sorry.
I promise, just a little bit longer and we'll be able to explain.
All right, if you say so.
I just heard some kind of loud bang. What the heck is Rose doing?
She's baking. Are you okay? What happened?
It's okay, I'm fine. It's just that I messed up a bit on making these butter cookies.
Looks to me like something was probably wrong with this picture from the get-go. There's some things you're not really supposed to use in cooking. Like, oh, I don't know, an abacus or a dagger.
But I mean, you can use them to mix things together, roll out and cut the dough, all sorts of stuff.
How do you even come up with ways to use those things?
What do you mean? They're super useful. It's what I've always used to make stuff. I just messed up a little bit this time, that's all.
So, I hear she just kind of messed up this time?
Don't ask me.
All right, let me put it this way. What are you going to do about it?
Don't ask.
All right, I've got everything in order.
What are you making?
A family tree of Rolance's royal family. This is everything I know thus far.
You sure are dedicated.
Well, things like this are important.
Let's take this as an opportunity to reassess our situation.
All right, Mikleo, take the lead.
Listen up. To start off with, the late Emperor Doran had 3 sons, Leon, Conan, and Light. Leon and Conan are both sons of the late Empress. That is to say, they are Her Royal Highness's sons. But they both passed away.
Both of them?
Apparently there was some sort of power struggle, but I don't know the exact details.
But anyways, the one who took the throne was Emperor Light at a very young age.
An emperor born from a concubine. The Empress must have been unhappy.
especially since she's supposedly rather ambitious. That's why she adopted her nephew, so she could involve him in the next struggle for succession of the throne.
And so now the secretary on the Emperor's side is standing off against her.
Boy, sounds like a lot of drama.
The secretary seems to be reputed as a person of great integrity, but...
Isn't the secretary the one who hired the scattered bones to murder the Empress?
That's what gets me. Why did Rose accept that request? The royal family of Rowlands is supposed to be her ultimate foe. It's highly likely she's just being used.
In the end, the only ones who will suffer in this power struggle are the citizens of Rowlands. Doesn't that mean anything to the Empress? Could there be reason behind the request of the secretary? I think Rose took the job to find that out for herself.
Like she always has?
Yeah. Don't forget that we're already involved in this too.
I know. I'm glad you took the time to explain to us.
Then it was all worth it.
Sylphid is a heinous wind art user.
They can warp too. Don't take your eyes off them.
Leave it to me.
This is style.
Shall we go?
Blow you over!
By the water?
Quite a fearsome fighting style.
From...
It's impossible to catch him in the darkness.
It's a good thing it's not night yet.
Well, make sure you don't get kidnapped in broad daylight.
Too close! Not yet.
Out of it.
Eat this! yourself, Valentine! Here goes! Let's just get out alive! What the... There we go! Info about an iris gem!
I wonder how long ago that was.
What, getting one of your bad feelings, Rose?
You could say that. I haven't heard much about the village of Horsa lately. There he is! Maven!
Oh my, what are you doing here?
The priest in Pendrago asked us to pass along this thank you gift.
You followed me all the way here?
Trust is everything, whether it's business or personal. Isn't that what you taught me?
We promised the priest we'd do it.
I don't know what to do with you two.
Still, you've got an eclectic circle of acquaintances.
One of the hazards of the trade, yes. But then, you could say it's connections like these that make up the world.
Makes you tough to track down, though.
Quit your belly aching. Here, I'll let you keep that gift.
We can't do that.
Oh, don't be that way. This is how those connections get their start.
All right. Thank you.
Wait, then what was the point of coming here at all?
I wouldn't dwell on it, lass. Never lose that pure heart of yours.